My mic's been off. Sorry about that. I was trying to get stuff set up. All right, I think I'm streaming. I think we got it on everything going. Almost got everything going. So I've got the pop widgets up. I got to do this on Facebook, I think. Let me see something here. Something else I got to do with Facebook. This one, if I'm streaming. I am streaming. All right, so I got to do... I think I got to pop the video out, I think. Let's see here. Where's the chat stuff? I don't see any chat stuff on this one. That's kind of weird. Let's see. Hurricane, Beryl coverage. I'm kind of doing a lot of testing here on making sure that the stuff will work when we obviously get a stuff going here. And I don't see any comments here, so I can't get the... Because the way this thing works for the chat for Facebook and for the other one is they've got to be popped out, and I don't see the chat bar out here to do it, which is kind of weird. Normally I see a chat thing, and I'm not seeing it. So, okay, well we'll just focus on the YouTube side here, as we got this very, very bad hurricane coming in very closely here, coming in on this very, very intense storm that's coming into Jamaica right now. The good news is that the forecast trend for the storm is for to weaken pretty rapidly. There's still two trains of thought on it, though, on what's going to happen. Is it going to sustain a Cat 2, or is it going to strengthen down to become a tropical storm quicker before it makes landfall? That's going to be the big question here on the storm. As watch, I'm watching a lot of stuff. Hey, there you go. Old school, yeah. I've actually got a couple things going. I just uploaded the Streamlabs. What's the word for it? I can't. It's the linkage that goes into OBS software. So I've got the OBS in here now. So it's just a way for me to kind of look at everything. Now the big thing for us, I'm gonna kind of watch here, is I've got these several cameras up here in Kingston, Jamaica right now. Not looking too bad there from those that are streaming. There's gonna be a lot of folks getting on these sites, so I'm gonna try to bring this stuff up as best I can here. And I've also got to update my information here, so bear with me here as I'm trying to get everything up and going here the responsible way. So just I've got to do a couple things here and make sure I've got the latest data in here, because I didn't upload that yet either. So I was taking care of my father this morning because he was had to get a dental appointment, so I had to go take care of that this morning first. So I'm starting this kind of winging it as I'm going along here a little bit. So bear with me as we're going to kind of watch this storm here for this afternoon. So let's see, 145, that's correct. West north or west northwest at 20 is the latest movement here. Yep, west northwest, and the pressure we're like 16.9. So I'm kind of updating my information above here so you guys can see the latest stuff. And then we'll update it again. Obviously, 11 o'clock advisory will be out here in like 5 minutes. So I'm just kind of putting this in here right now at least. So, and where's the other one? 75.3. It's amazing how fast this. I will tell you one thing, folks. What's been really interesting with this storm is the fact that we have had this thing really move at a very high rate of speed. Most tropical systems, when we're talking about this stuff, they don't move at the speed that this thing has been moving. It has been, moving at that speed and get that strong. We're talking about the earliest that we've ever had a storm in here. I need to get my widgets caught up too. I just noticed my widgets aren't caught up here, so I have to do this too. I've never done that. It's so weird. I'm not used to using this thing. It's using this whole integration stuff with the different stuff. It's been kind of a challenge. But we'll say this much, my YouTube shorts that I've been doing daily updates has been a pretty good success. It's been very, very good in the sense that what it has done, what has allowed me to do is to do something that's not too terribly hard to do from that point of view. And what it allows me to do is I can actually add new subscribers. We've added several more subscribers. I've been averaging about 6 to 8 per day. And I just started this on over the weekend. So we've been really adding to the subscriber base, which is great. And so, you know, hopefully to help build the audience a little bit as we're going along. We're getting this thing set up for, obviously, for the hurricane season of something that's going to impact the United States. The good news with this system is that it's not going to hit the continental United States. Looks like this, whatever's left of this is going to go into Mexico, the way things are looking currently for the moment. I'll show you the spaghetti plot here real quick so you can kind of see this. This thing's going to kind of go up. It's going to weaken. It's going to weaken into a probably a tropical storm as it's coming across the Yucatan, and then probably going to Mexico there as we go into this upcoming weekend. So the good news in it. So this is an opportunity for me to kind of test everything here. So this is where you guys come into play here. Obviously with your questions and stuff, we're trying to making sure everything is working loud and clear there. So like old school, I can pop up your video and kind of show you there as we're going along. So it's a process, and that's probably the big thing for me is just, you know, going to the process, and it's just learning. So right now I want to go ahead and get my subscribers. You're going to hear me do this a couple of times as I'm getting my subscriber number to kind of come up with my actual number there a little bit. So we had like 8 subscribers yesterday, which was a very nice number. You know, it's a good thing as we're trying to get to that ultimate goal of getting to 5,000 subscribers. Now, if you're new to the channel here and you've not subscribed up and you'd like to want to keep up for this upcoming hurricane season, please do. I would appreciate there. Help my little channel here trying to go. I do have some big things in the works here, guys, and the equipment's just now coming in. I am adding a green screen just off to my left. I've got my wall cleared out. I've got equipment coming in. I'm gonna have a green screen, a monitor, so that when I have situations like what you're seeing over there right now, over there, where I can stand up and kind of focus in on something, not just for severe weather coverage, but obviously for tropical stuff. I'm gonna have a green wall over here. That's when we get into the meat of the hurricane season, when I can pull up a radar, I can pull up a stuff. I'm going to be able to do that. So we'll have this set up, and I'll have another camera that's going to be just over to my left, your right, to be able to stand up and to do stuff. So I'm very excited about that, because I'm going to be honest with you, I've been looking on YouTube. I don't see anybody out there doing that kind of stuff, except for maybe a couple of TV guys, obviously. I'm just telling you that things are really going to go downhill quick here in Jamaica. I'm just sitting here just watching what's going to happen here over the next several hours. What's interesting here is that the core of the hurricane is going to go right over the heart of Jamaica, all right in Kingston area, and I think we'll see how long these cameras actually hold in place, because they're going to be seeing some widespread power outages. Things are going to really deteriorate here pretty rapidly here over the next couple hours. About around midday, things should start to go downhill. So I wanted to get this started now, and we're going to be watching this coverage here for this afternoon. For the area. Now, for those unfortunately for a lot of the country for today, the big story is going to be obviously the fact that we've got just tremendous amount of heat across the southeast. Just to kind of show you this real quick, the fact that we've got a lot of heat advisories across the southeast, just tremendous amount of heat, a lot of humidity and storms. But I'm telling you folks, the reason why you need to watch and to care about what we're seeing right now, and I talked about this earlier about the fact that what we were seeing out in the tropics, low wind shear, to get a Category 5 hurricane in early July is unheard of. It's unprecedented. It's never happened before. Okay, so to see that kind of storm to kind of come into fruition is just absolutely amazing to me, to get something like this, even a major hurricane right now coming into Kingston. And we're talking, again, you see that bright thunderstorm to crop right there. That's called the CDO, the Central Dense Overcast. That's where the core of the hurricane winds. And the hurricane winds, they were only about 40 miles from the center a few days ago when it was very tight. As it begins to unwind, and think of it as a skater, you know, a speed skater, when they throw out their arms, they kind of slow down a little bit, and the pressure's been slowly coming up, and unfortunately not fast enough. I suspect on the next update, the wind speed may be down to about 140. It's slowly coming down, but we're still seeing this as a Category 4 hurricane that's going to be skirting the coast there, Kingston. There's going to be some major flooding, especially along the bays there, because just the fact of how the coastline there is looking. Let me I'm going to do something here. Let me switch over to the visible here so you kind of see we're not seeing the eye of the hurricane anymore. But it's kind of filled in. So that's usually an indication of weakening there. What the storm system is fighting is fighting a little bit of wind shear that's coming in there. There's a little bit of dry air that's kind of getting into the core of the storm. So that's weakened it a little bit. But it's going to really be kind of throwing a lot of water. I mean, a lot of water into the bay here into Kingston. As you got this, here's the center of circulation. You're going to get this swath of water that's going to be really kind of riding into Jamaica there, and it's going to cause some major headaches and major flooding. Right now, it doesn't look too bad, but it's going to be like it's going to be really like someone flipping a switch. When it starts to come in, it's going to come in hot. It's going to come in heavy. And thank you there for the new subscriber. I do appreciate that. You guys subscribe. If you ever come to the channel, I do these YouTube shorts. Okay, they're daily updates. They're 1 minute long. You know, who wants to sit here and watch a guy talk for hours on hours? You just want to get quick updates. It's a good way to do that. So please put that in there. Hopefully with my Streamlabs plugin I got here, I've actually got names of people who've actually subscribed to the channel over the last, like Gia just joined 9 hours ago, Oliver 21 hours ago. So I can actually start acknowledging you guys and appreciate you guys supporting the channel. Unfortunately, because we're a small channel, we got to kind of fight a little bit to try to get the buildup of the audience that we want to hopefully get one day. I'm hoping that, like I said, I'm really excited about getting that wall up. I really am. But again, you can kind of check in and check out. If you're going to come in for right now, please just give a thumbs up. If you've already subscribed and you're already one of my regular watchers, I appreciate you guys checking in. But please consider subscribing again. It helps with the YouTube algorithm because the turnover rate typically when you're doing a live broadcast, about 5 minutes. It's about 5 minutes. People kind of come in and they kind of come out. So I do appreciate you guys coming on board. And Joseph the Magician. Hey, Joseph the Magician. It does work. I love this. This is awesome. I got my new little tool. Now I'm really happy about things. So Joseph the Magician, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I do appreciate you coming on board there. So, hey, there you go. Hello. Hi. You know I'm going to mispronounce your name again. You know that, right? You might also go ahead and tell me how to pronounce it because I always forget. But I'm telling you, folks, you guys, I don't know if you guys have seen out on YouTube, there is tremendous damage. The storm went as a major Cat 4 right between Grenada and St. Vincent, and those smaller islands right there, what part of the Grenada nation really got completely down. It looks like I was watching some of the video. It looked like a an EF3, EF4 tornado just tore through that island. Every building was just shattered in there right now. What we're seeing right now over in Jamaica, see, just the wind's starting to come up just a little bit. It'll be interesting. And thank you for the new subscriber there. I appreciate there. We just got another one just came in, and I'm sure it'll show up on my feed here in a second. But I do appreciate you guys coming on board here. It'd be cool to get to 3,800 subscribers today. That would be a nice little thing. But the conditions here on these cameras are going to go down here very quickly. I've got another. Let's see if I got one other camera. I got another camera. This one's not streaming. This was streaming earlier. Let me see if I can get the other one up. Unfortunately, what's happening is you're getting so many dang gum people coming out there and they want to see these. One thing that Jamaica does have a lot of is they do have a pretty good coverage of cameras on the island. And so let's see, Jamaica. Let's see here. Let's see. So I'm kind of looking at different cameras. I think that's the same camera I've been using, but let's see here. I'm trying to make sure I have a variety of them to kind of show you guys as far as cameras. Yeah, they've kind of all done the whole thing where they've gone to different sites. There's the harbor. Yeah, the harbor's probably a good one to go ahead and keep. I'm gonna put the harbor on this camera 2 here. So bear with me for a second while I put the camera 2 in here. I'm going to go ahead and put this in so we can kind of see the harbor cam. And there it goes. It's moving around. So we got the harbor cam there going. So that'll be something else to kind of watch as well. Let's see how conditions are going to go downhill. Because the way it's timing out, again, it looks like within about the next hour or so, and you see how dark the skies are getting there, it's going to go downhill very quickly. These boats, it'll be interesting to see how long they actually stay there as this big hurricane kind of comes through here. and causes a lot of problems. So here's the latest video on this. I'll go ahead and show you the latest model data, and this is just the 90-hour here. This is the just kind of showing what's going on with this track. So let me get to my simulator radar here. I hate when it jumps on me like that. It's just, there we go. All right, so let me go ahead and step you through this real quick and show you what this thing's. So this is the European model. All right, so you see this thing coming in through Jamaica, comes in through Jamaica. As we go through this is the 90 hour, this is the latest European run here. So you see this thing moving off toward the west. There's a very strong ridge of high pressure to the north. That's why it's not making a turn to the north. That's what's responsible for the extreme heat across the southeast too, is because of that high. Now, there were indications that there's a trough. You see that coming in here? Let me shift this down a little bit for you. I need to move this real quick. Stand by for me real quick. I'm going to move this down. There we go. Move this down a little bit. Transition. Okay. All right. So there is a bit of a trough coming down here. Do you see that little the breakout of thunderstorms coming into the southeast? The question was whether that trough was going to pick this storm up and move it northward or not. Okay, so in 90 hours, it's sitting out in the middle of the Bay of Campeche, and it's running. You know, it's question: does that trough pick it up and bring it up toward Texas or not, or does it plow into Mexico? The ensemble says it goes into Mexico. So, but that's subject to change. If it slows down a little bit, or if it speeds up, again, there's some variables at play here a little bit. But I'll continue to watch this very closely to see how this will materialize. But again, this is going to be a hour by hour kind of watch here right now. Let me see if this Hurricane Recon has actually been updated yet or not. Let me see if that's been updated. Does not look like that has. So I was just checking to see if they have a Hurricane Hunter aircraft out there. Roisin, yes, Roisin. I'll get it right. Again, hey, if you're on board here and you've not subscribed to the channel, again, I do appreciate it. Small channel, trying to get my wings underneath myself here for the upcoming hurricane season. This is I've redid my set for those who have not seen that. I have just redid my background here, so it's kind of I put it into a corner, so I've kind of got my background stuff with me here, and it gets a little more depth. It looks a lot better, a lot cleaner than what it looked before. And like I said, when I get my green wall up, and I got all the stuff should be in by this weekend, I'm really looking forward to testing that thing out, so I can get up and go over to the wall and go to a full screen, go over there. It's just going to be a lot of fun to be able to do that and kind of watch this again. We go back over here to Radar Omega again, and I've been talking with another meteorologist. I won't mention by name because we haven't officially done it, but I'm looking at a potential partnership with somebody else as well that can help also and grow, invigorate the channel. So I'm really excited about where we're going here, really am. And of course, you guys have come on board here, especially since April, when we were doing some of our severe weather coverage, and the tropical coverage for this year is going to be one that's going to be one for the history books. I really think it's going to be a very bad season. Now, this other system back behind here, this is the other one going through the islands right now. This one has been fighting wind shear and has also been fighting Saharan dust. Saharan dust has been I was really surprised that we got Beryl, just for the fact of the matter, we've had a tremendous amount of Saharan dust out in the tropics. I can kind of show you this right here. Again, all that red that you see kind of blowing off the coastline there, that is Saharan dust, and it beats the crap out of the waves. Now, there might be a reason for the Saharan dust to be a factor. That's probably the one variable for this hurricane season. And the reason why is not only are we getting upwelling in the Pacific, we're seeing that, we're also seeing it in the Atlantic, okay? And it means cooler water temperatures off the African coast. Now, what that means, if I got cooler there and it's hotter to the north, that means there's a better pressure gradient in there. It means stronger trade winds. It does two things now. It can increase the wave activity, which is one, but the other side effect of this is that maybe we get more Saharan dust out in the Atlantic too. So it's kind of, okay, which one's going to win out? Are we going to see more tropical waves that are going to cause a lot more storms out in the Atlantic? Or are we going to see that Saharan dust? I think in the short term, the Saharan dust will be a factor for the next, say, month or so, through the month of July. But as we get into August and September, at least looking historically, climatologically speaking, that stuff should settle down. And boy, when that Atlantic pops, and we're, again, seeing stuff like this early is really uncharted territory here. it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this plays out for the season. So for right now, you're getting this out there. You see that other storm kind of beating back a little bit. That Saharan dust is starting to develop a little bit. See, the thunderstorm's kind of blowing up as it moves to the windwards right now. But it is a lot of dust out there and really kind of impacting the intertropical convergence zone right now. All right, so let's go get back out of here. We're going to constantly be going back to these cameras here. I don't know what happened to the Crossroads camera. It went down. But we're going to continue to watch the quad charts here as far as the different cameras and kind of get you going in here. Again, if you're new to the channel and you have not subscribed, I do a daily thing. It's been very, very popular. They're 1-minute shorts YouTube videos. They're very quick, kind of gives you the meats of what's going on with a particular storm, their strength, we're at the track, the latest warnings. It's a 45-second, you're in, you're out, okay? So you can get your information kind of quick. It's been picking up some steam. I think we've added about 60, 70 new people to the channel just from those shorts. So if you'd like to get that into your feed, please consider doing that as well. As that will keep you kind of informed. And it's all about information. It's all about getting that out there. All right, let me take a look here. We should, right now, let me take a look here. We should have the latest 11 o'clock advisory. So let me take a look at that because I'll need to update my data. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. We should have the 11 o'clock. There's the 11 o'clock. All right, yep. Should have the 11 o'clock advisory. So let's go ahead and update this information for you. I'll give this information to you live as we're speaking. So right now, the winds are still holding at 145 miles per hour. Still moving the west-northwest at 18. And why is that important? That means it's slowing down a little bit. So if it slows down, it means it's going to batter Jamaica a little bit longer than what we're saying. And thanks to that new subscriber. I'll see your name in here in a second, but thank you for that new subscriber. I do appreciate you coming on board. And the pressure is at 954, so it's kind of holding its own. It's definitely holding its own. But right now, the latest coordinates are sitting at 17.1, and we're at 76 point. I'm just updating these real quick. I'll be glad when I get these automated too. I got a buddy of mine who's more of a wizard when it comes to the coding stuff, which I am not. And we're going to put that in there. I also need to update my crawl down here. So the crawl is kind of stuff that I have to put in on my own. So we're going to be updating this to where it'll actually do it automatically. That's the intent. That's the hope there. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and update this stuff. Yep, I'm just going to update my crawl here real quick. So bear with me real quick while I go ahead and update this crawl information because we got some new watches and warnings out. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in. And, it'll be great to make this thing automated. That's for doggone sure because, you don't want to have to manually have to put this in every doggone time, But it's okay. It's okay. It's part. You kind of got to work with what you got. You got to work with what you got. Like I said, I'm very excited about getting that wall up, and when I can go with the wall and really do some descriptions for you guys, because I think that's going to be a big plus to be able to do that interaction and to show the stuff like I did when I worked at the TV station for all those years, and to be able to do that. And again, I don't see anybody out there doing it, so it's like, okay, well, I might as well go give it a shot and do it myself. See how it works out. So. We get that up and doing that. That's going to be really good. Then if you guys got any questions and stuff, I'll be able to answer that. We'll be able to do that as well. And I'm almost done here. I'm just kind of getting this thing up and almost done. Bear with me. Sorry about that. There we go. I think that's the last one. That's the last one. Yep, that's it. All right, now we're done. So I was just updating my crawl with the watches and warnings and stuff. Thank you to the newest subscriber, up to 3790. That's very good. I do appreciate it. I'm hoping this Streamlabs plugin that I've got added will. I saw Joseph the Magician when he subscribed to the channel just a little while ago, and but sometimes I still haven't figured out why sometimes it'll show stuff and sometimes it won't. Like, for example, the number's sitting at 3790, but my other thing's not going along with it. I've never been able to figure that out. Let's go back over here, take a look at the live camera right now. Again, we're just waiting for things to really go downhill on this camera. It's going to go downhill very fast once it starts moving in, because it is just one of those things where it's such a compact storm. And I'm going to go ahead and add these subscribers in so our numbers line up here. I don't know why it does that. I'll figure it out eventually. I thought by putting the plug in it would help, but what's going to happen is it's going to go downhill very fast. And what's the other? Well, check out the other camera here too. This is the one that goes all around the marina. Although they're swinging it all over the place. You see people getting ready there, bearing down and getting ready for what's coming. Okay, the real thing about Kingston again is the fact that I really think they're going to see some substantial flooding in there just because of where the center is and passing into relation to the island. I was watching the cameras yesterday and everybody was kind of out there kind of doing their own thing. There were still people out there enjoying their vacations. I really saw that. It was kind of weird to kind of see that, but right now the preparation's got to be done. They got to be batting down the hatches and watch what comes in here with this storm system bearing down here on the islands. I probably need to go ahead and switch over to another. One thing I don't like about Radar Mega is that they don't put the international boundaries down over the top of the stuff. They'll put the stuff like over the state stuff down, but they don't do that for the international boundaries. So when the cloud covers up, you can't really see the island very well, can you? It's just one of those dang things. You can't see it, but I'll probably add another. I'll add another one in here in just 1 second. So we'll get that back in here for you, so we can look at this and I'm kind of looking at all my stuff here. I'll tell you what, we'll duplicate this one and I'll bring another one over here. We'll call this the IR satellite. I'll bring this back in here so I can switch back and forth. I do like the stuff. I want to show. Oh, actually, you know what? My ADD self, I just noticed something I do want to point out. The storm center went over this buoy of the day. It's down right now, but the latest report from that, when the eye was going by there, showed that it had gusts to 93 miles per hour, and then the buoy, we lost the buoy. The buoy went down. You can see the seas there. The last images, this was yesterday, that you see the seas were just extremely rough there. As that was going down, but that buoy is now down. This buoy to the south, it's far enough away, showing 11 mile per hour winds. It's not bad there at all. It's just too far. Now this one up ahead of it, we can watch this one when it gets closer to it, because the center's going to go very close to this one. And it's just showing me the sea surface temperature. Unfortunately, this one does not have the weather data with it, but we'll watch and see how they go. But look at the water temperature, 85 degrees. That is some very warm water in there. And that's just been the whole thing with this thing, is the fact that we've got such warm water temperatures out there. Check this out, man. We're talking bath water. We're talking mid 80s. We're talking water temperatures that you typically see going into late August and September. That's what's driving the fuel for this for Beryl right now, is the fact that we're seeing that. So hey, I see we got a lot of new folks here on the channel. If you have not subscribed, if you're not a subscriber, please do so. It helps with the YouTube algorithm when I'm doing these live broadcasts. Give me a thumbs up if you can. Again, my regular viewers, you know what you're supposed to do. You do the share, you do the thumbs up. It's part of being a small YouTube channel. When you're a small channel like this one, you've got to fight the lot of other sources out there. So in order to get exposure, I need y'all's help. It's just one of those things, unfortunately. And hopefully as we go through the hurricane season, and by the way, when you do subscribe, I am doing a weather radio giveaway when we get to 5,000. Looks like we're going to knock on 3,800 today, but hopefully before the end of the year, we'll get to 5,000 and we'll give away some free radios. These are the NOAA weather radios, by the way. These are the official ones. So once you become a subscriber, you're automatically enrolled, and then hopefully we'll do a live broadcast and we'll kind of pick them at random. I can look at the whole list and I'm gonna have my daughters do that. So I just want to go and share that information you guys with right now. But the big story again is going to be with Jamaica. I'm telling you folks, this tranquil picture that we're currently seeing, we're maybe within an hour or so, this is going to go downhill very fast. The core of the hurricane, the CDO, is going to go right over Kingston here. It'll be interesting to see how long we hold on to the power, how long these cameras stay up across Jamaica, because it is the devastation, all this greenery that you're seeing right now. A lot of this is going to get stripped. It's going to look like a bomb went off, unfortunately. But maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe the strongest winds will stay south there. We won't get the devastation. Unfortunately, the way things are looking currently, I just don't see any way around that. I really don't. I just don't know how we're going to be able to avoid the fact that we're going to get this major hurricane that's going to come into the coast there. So let me go ahead and get my other satellite imagery up. I want to go ahead and be able to look at the actual, be able to kind of zoom. I want to be able to go in really close here and kind of look and see, assuming I can get to it. And that was the other thing I was afraid of. The reason why I wanted to stay with Radar Omega is using it's finally loaded. Usually when you get a big storm like this, you'll get information overload where basically you start getting an overload of too many people trying to get the same data. So at least with the Radar Omega, I've got that up and it's there. So we're going to take a look at this here. I've got the latest coming up. And this one at least has the overlays to it. But again, it's just very, very, we're talking very, very slow. It's just one of those things, man. Just one of those things. So bear with me for a second. I'll go ahead and get this one up for you here real quick. I'm going to go and delete this one out. This layer, you're gone. Boom. We're going to get this. Hey, Janelle, nice to see you there. Welcome back to the channel. I appreciate you there. I'm just going to put this in normally here. So I'm going to go ahead and load in the new data here, and I'm going to keep this one up. I won't get rid of it for now. I really got to let Radar Omega know they've got to put the international overlays on there. They're just going to have to, man. It has to be done because you got to be able to see what you're looking at. I understand that your focus is the United States, but if you're going to use your product and you're going to make it kind of an international thing, then you're going to want to see everything. So I'm setting this thing up real quick. I'm probably going to go ahead and zoom in pretty tight on this one. So I'm going to go ahead and make this fairly large. Well, hold on a second. Let me do this first. I got to pull all the way down. Got to layer it thing, right? That's one thing about OBS. If you ever use OBS software, it's a good software to use if you're a YouTuber, if you do stuff out there. It is a very nice tool to have. But, you got to deal with its little quirks, and that's unfortunately one of the things you got to do. So I'm going to go in real close. Okay, here we go. There we go. We can see that pretty well. Let me get this zoomed over here a little bit. There we go. There we go. So I'll transition this over here. So you see this core coming in very close to the coastline. So it's coming in very close there. Hey, Tanya, good to see you there. Yeah, yeah, we're not even to August, and that is a very big concern there, Tanya. I'm telling you, and thanks to the new subscriber out who just chimed in there. I do appreciate you guys chiming in. We're the little channel that could, man, and every time we add a subscriber, it just makes me feel good, Old Army veteran here, retired meteorologist, trying to build his own channel, trying to do something fun, interactive with you guys on a regular basis and be able to kind of keep you informed. It's just amazing to me. I just wish I had thought of this 3 years ago. I wish I had started earlier. It's kind of gotten a little saturated out there. So I'm just very grateful to everybody who kind of comes on and helps support the channel, subscribing to the channel. It's one of those things that you hope that folks find your product and say, hey, I kind of like that guy. I want to watch him when stuff comes on. I'm a straight shooter. I'm not going to sit there and hype everything to death as the be-all, end-all storm. But I'm going to tell you right now, folks, I am not kidding when I sit there and say I'm genuinely concerned about this hurricane season. I really, really am. Because what we're seeing right now is just unprecedented. We're not something we just don't normally see. To see the strongest Cat 4 in June, the earliest Cat 5 in July, beat it by like 13, 14 days. This is unprecedented. This is not hype. This is not, me trying to say, hey, you better watch the channel. No, I want you to watch the channel because you choose to, but I also want to keep you informed that when this thing gets going full tilt, I think we're going to get a little bit of a break once Beryl goes by, just because of the amount of Saharan dust that's out there right now. We'll get a little break. But when that switch flips, and it's almost like that, it'll flip a switch, it's going to get very busy very fast. And if you're anywhere along the East Coast, anywhere in the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf area there, you got to stay improved there. Hey, Sheila, good to see you there. Appreciate you coming on board. Thank you. Good morning to you. Marcus the First, hello. Hi, everybody. Of course, there's Janelle. So I really love the interaction stuff I've got here with the chat ninja. That was a great improvement to my product to be able to pull you guys up and to chat and talk a little bit. So again, if you're just new to the channel, I do appreciate you coming on board. We're watching Jamaica very closely right now because we're really within a few minutes of things really going downhill, especially in Kingston. That's the capital of Jamaica. That's going to be getting hit with this storm. It's still a fairly compact storm. It really is. It's never been a really big storm, to say the least. Let me see the latest here. We'll look at the forecast discussion here. They finally updated. It's usually a little late here. But, you know, they're expecting this thing. It could still strengthen potentially. And the official forecast does potentially take it back to a minimal hurricane before making another landfall there. But they are bringing it down to about 60 miles per hour once it gets over the Yucatan Peninsula. So that next landfall in the Yucatan will be on Friday. And then into the weekend, we'll watch it as it goes into Texas. It's just a question of is it going to make that big turn or not, or is it just going to apply to Mexico? My gut tells me it's going to go into Mexico. Hey, thanks to that new subscriber again. I appreciate you coming on board. We do appreciate you here on the channel. Every little bit helps the channel, I'm telling you. And it's a game with YouTube, unfortunately. It's been aggravating for me to play the game with YouTube. For those of you who are just subscribed, again, you're automatically enrolled to Weather Radio. We're going to do that a little bit later. When I get to 5,000 subscribers, that's what we're going to do there. But also make sure you hit the notification bell. I'm going to be continuing to do the daily shorts. They're 1 minute tropical updates when you got a storm like this, real quick and easy, so you don't have to watch some big long report. It's just quick, get that information, get what you want to need, watch the latest track trends, and I've found that the shorts might be something that may have a little bit of an audience there that maybe some other YouTubers are not doing. So I'm hoping to help grow the channel through those shorts as well. So you'll get those updates on a regular basis. But let me double check. I want to double check and make sure that this is actually the latest on this. So I'm going to go ahead and check another source here. We're going to update this. I want to make sure that I've got the latest on this as well, because sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it'll update and sometimes it don't. I've never really kind of put my finger on why it does certain things. But let's see here. Let's look at the. I'll look at the global here. Well, this one's okay. I don't really care for that one. I'm looking for the animated one. I have an animated one that works pretty well. Is that the animated? That is the animated one. That is correct. Okay, I was just double checking, making sure that looks right. Yep. So this is what I'm looking at here. This is again that track. You notice it goes and then starts to make a turn going to the north there. Maybe getting up toward Corpus Christi. Does it stay offshore? It's going to be very close because it's parallel on the coastline. I just don't know if we're going to see that or not. I'm pretty set on that Yucatan hit coming back into the Bay of Campeche. After that, all bets are off because we got a trough that's coming in to the east that's going to make that a little bit of an issue to see if it's going to turn up toward the United States. But it'll be nothing like we saw before. Again, here's the bay here. We're going to watch this closely as these conditions in Kingston are going to go downhill pretty quickly. What's very concerning, again, is going to be storm surge into Kingston because the wind and the eye, when it passes to the south, is going to shove a lot of water into that bay. So you see all the boats there; they're kind of tied down, and we'll see where those boats end up going at a later time. But it is definitely something that is going to be a problem here. But notice it's getting darker and darker every time I go back to that camera. It's getting just almost looking like twilight a little bit. Oh, excuse me, because of what's coming in there right now. It is going to be it's going to be a very, very bad situation there as that storm moves in. Let me switch this over to. Let me go back to the mid-level water vapor here. Look at this. I do want to show this off here a little bit. I want to show you a little bit of what the reason why it's been weakening a little bit. This is the water vapor imagery here. It's definitely fighting some dry air. That yellow you're seeing around there, that is dry air. It's surrounding all the system. This is actually what's interesting. This here is a big plume of Saharan dust sitting in here. That's actually some of that Saharan dust. So it's fighting all this in here in that environment with that Saharan dust. Saharan dust, not only is it a tropical inhibitor, it's also dry. So it inhibits thunderstorm development there. So that's why we're kind of seeing that. With that system moving in there right now. So again, it really did surprise me the storm got as strong as it did because of the Sahara dust that was kind of in the neighborhood there across that area. Just been really amazing to see. Let's go back over to the IR imagery here as we kind of watch this thing get closer and closer So I'm going to keep this on. I want to keep this on refresh too, so it make sure it gets the latest imagery in there at all times. We want to make sure it's up to date. To say the least, we'll make sure that it's good to go. And I'm going to see if this is updated. Let me see if this is actually updated here. I'm going to update this one here. Let's see if this should update. Let's see here. Yep, it is updated. Okay, so here's the wave forecast. Again, this is why I'm watching very closely on how the waves are going to move through here as it goes by. So I can step you by here a little bit. So you see the storm coming in toward Jamaica, and you're looking at some pretty good heavy seas there coming up there. I mean, we're talking 15, 18-foot seas coming running through there. And again, because of where Kingston is located, that is going to be a problem. That's going to be a real problem as that comes on in. So that's going to cause some serious problems. Those boats we see, I just don't know if they're going to be continuing to stay there. Then it kind of goes over into, again, you see it kind of going into the Yucatan there, and then whatever emerges as it goes into the there into the Bay of Campeche. We'll see what's left of it at that point. But the forecast trend is downward. I've been really impressed with the fact that the storm has been able to kind of hold its own as long as it has, just because of the environment it's in. It's not overly conducive. It's not nearly as impressive. Obviously, yesterday we had that very defined eye wall. It was only 10 miles across. The thing was very tight. It was one of my concerns that we were going to see this thing strengthen very rapidly as we went through the afternoon. So I wish I knew where the crossroads camera went. It's just down, or maybe it's just not down there. I keep going back to all these cameras just to kind of see what are the current conditions. And thanks for the new subscriber there. I do appreciate you guys coming on board here. I do appreciate that as we continue to make that track toward 3,800. I think we're going to hit it today. That is a very much a blessing. The latest coordinates, by the way, are right there above me. That's the 11 o'clock advisory that just came back. As you can see, we're still dealing with a Category 4 storm. It has slowed down a little bit. It was moving as fast as 22 miles per hour. And now it's moving at about 18. So it's slowed down a little bit. But again, the core of this hurricane is going to be moving through Kingston here very, very shortly. And even on the water vapor here, boy, I mean, we're just talking real close. I know you can't see this very well because they don't have the ding markings, but at least the city's there at least. Let me switch back over to Radar Omega here. You can at least still see the cities at least. So here's Kingston, right? Okay, here's our center of our circulation down here. You got a tremendous amount of water that's being thrown this way. Again, you got that circulation center like that, right? So that's going to be as the eye goes just to the south of there. That's when that storm surge, that wall of water is going to come moving into the bay there, and that's going to we're going to see things go downhill quickly. Let's keep watching these cameras. I noticed that that bridge water. I wonder if that bridge is going to stay in there as well. The water's already coming up. You can see that. I will tell you, yesterday was much lower than that when I was looking at it yesterday. It is definitely coming up. With the seas definitely coming up in that area, to say the least, man. Let me see here. I want to keep double checking some stuff here. We're going to keep doing some things. So if you guys got any questions and stuff, I see you guys on there, and we'll continue to do there. Hey, Mathis, watching from Brazil. Hey, we got someone from Brazil watching. Hey, welcome on board. Hey, if you've subscribed to the channel, thanks. I do appreciate you coming on board here. Thank you for watching the coverage here. And folks are out there sharing the product. That's good. You guys are doing good stuff, okay? This channel is yours, not mine. I will tell you right now, this is not my channel. This is your channel, okay? I'm here to kind of help you guys out. I will get on here as often as I can. Obviously, I got a wife, I got a family, I got stuff I got to do too, just like you guys do as well. But whenever it matters, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to give you guys the information. I'm going to tell you what I think. I'm not going to sit there and blow a bunch of BS up your backside. I'm going to tell you what I think and what I see. And I've got some things. I got some exciting stuff. I wish I could tell you, but I'm not ready to tell you yet. I've got some partnerships and some things that I'm working on to help really bring this channel to fruition. When I say that when I say Weather Nerds channel, I really want to be able to do that. So where I will bring in other weather nerds or other Mets and people I know in my career and stuff to bring them on board to where we can have discussions about those things, discussions about Beryl, discussions about the tropical season, and things like that. Thanks to that new subscriber. Thank you. I do appreciate you coming on board here. Again, so that we can actually do, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Nerdrotic and the Critical Drinker. They always have these sessions when they're kind of talking like, you know, the pop culture stuff. Well, I kind of want to do the same thing just with a bunch of weather nerds, you know, a bunch of weather geeks. We're going to come on talk. We're going to talk about different things. We're going to give you our opinions of what we've seen and what we think, and kind of share that in a group setting out to you guys so we can kind of answer your questions and do different things. Like I said, with that green wall I got coming, I'm really looking forward to that. I actually got a box of my initial equipment just arrived today. The green screen won't arrive until Saturday, unfortunately. So I was waiting for some money to come in for me to buy that stuff, and I bought it all yesterday. So I'm very excited about that, to be able to bring this to fruition. But again, we're gonna build this channel one step at a time, one day at a time. Blue Ridge, hey, Blue Ridge, North Carolina. Hey, good to see you there, Sheila. Absolutely, good to see you there. I just love the fact that I can do that. I can bring it up, and I love the thumbs up. My little icons going around like that too. But the fact that I am a small channel really is a great thing. When I came up with the motto for my station as your personal weatherman, being a small channel, I can give you all personalized service. I can pull up your questions and be able to do stuff. Some of the larger channels, they get so many people watching, it's very hard to give personal service. So at least while I'm a small guy and a small channel, I can sit there and give you guys personalized service whenever you guys have any questions and stuff. So I do appreciate everybody's service. Again, if you're new to the channel, again, please help me out here. The YouTube algorithm, the way this thing works, and it's taken me forever to figure this out. It works by subscribers. If you're subscribing to the channel, great. It works with also you giving thumbs up. You do a thumbs up in the channel, that helps. And obviously using the chat. If you use all three functions, that helps the channel, that helps the things, helps us kind of grow the channel, and it gets the information out to more people. That's probably the most critical thing. I'm gonna go back over here and I keep going looking back to these live cameras. It's just waiting. It's like waiting for a pot of water to boil. Just kind of waiting to see. Looks like the rain's starting to come up there a little bit. You're kind of seeing the camera scanning back there, and it is definitely raining. The rain is starting to pick up there as some of the squalls are starting to come into Kingston now. So I suspect that some of these views are going to be probably pretty difficult to see, especially if the rain gets too bad. And we'll see what our visibility looks like. It's also a question of how long the cameras obviously are going to stick around as well on both these locations. Looks like they're using. Looks like they got them on both. They got both on the same camera now, so they've switched them both over. I had two different cameras, but it looks like they put them all on one right now. So it looks like they're going to keep this on the one. Let me see if there was another camera I saw that I had up yesterday, but I think it's down now. It was one I was looking at earlier, but this is the downtown area. I guess I can keep this up. I can kind of watch this because when these views go down, and they probably will, we're going to lose some of the stuff. So let me go ahead and I'm going to switch this over to another camera here. I do like the fact I got this preset and I can make these changes pretty quickly. So this is kind of looking down toward downtown Jamaica. So obviously, if those big panoramic views start to get blurred out where we can't see them, we can at least come down to the other one as well. So I haven't got all my slides updated. That's the old display up there, but there it's buffering a little bit. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There's 6,300 people watching that video right now. So again, we're gonna have to fight the buffer zone on some of this stuff. We'll go back over to the other camera here as we kind of watch how things go downhill. Where's that other one I had? There's one other thing I had here. There's this is not bad. I might need to go in a little tighter on this. So let me do this real quick. This is a simulated radar product that AccuWeather's got, and I can go ahead and pull this up here. It's not too bad, but it kind of shows what's kind of going on here. It kind of takes a look at what's going on with the satellite picture there, so you can kind of see this thing as it's moving into Jamaica. The core, it's a question how far off shore is that core going to stay? Are we going to get that big core that's going to kind of come in across this, as this is really kind of showing part of the core really scraping the south coast of Jamaica there. And so I'm glad it's at least staying far enough south to where that may not be it may not be as destructive as it could have been, but I still think we're going to see some significant damage on some of this stuff as it comes on in right now, especially along the coastal areas. And this is, you notice how low that area is there across Kingston. It's kind of surrounded by mountains. If you're not familiar with Jamaica, that's got some higher elevation around, but this area in here can get some storm surge potentially work its way. I'm not exactly sure of the exact elevation, but you clearly see on these wide pans just how flat it is around that area as this goes by. You're going to have some very significant storm surge along that area as it's moving on in. Let's go. I want to pull up this model run here again. I want to look at and I got the severe weather tone going off for stuff in the States, but I'm not worried about that. We're doing hurricane coverage today, folks. So let me switch over to I want to switch this over to the long range here. This is the 0Z run of the European models. Let me back this up here, and I'm going to show this again. I want to show you how this is going to progress. Yeah, this is I'm waiting for the 12Z will be in about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon, the full run. But you see the storm again making a run toward Mexico, and the European takes this thing that gets right on the coast and then moves inland. So the European model takes this inland, and I'm kind of leaning toward the European on this one. I don't know if that you see that there's a bit of a trough coming down there across the states there. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to pick the storm and bring it northward. That's the question mark that we're going to have. So as we go into Friday, once it gets into this position out in the Bay of Campeche, does that weakening trough pull this thing northward and toward Texas, Louisiana, or is it just plow into Mexico? I'm leaning more toward Mexico. That's what I'm thinking right now. But we'll again, something that's going to have to be watched closely. The one thing that's been abnormal with this storm is the fact that we've had the intensification forecasts have been way wrong. They've been very bad all over the place with this. This thing got a lot stronger. And thanks to that new subscriber, by the way, I appreciate that. Old School, what you got there, Old School? I'm going to pull up a comment here. Notice you mentioned a lot of things that affect the weather and the storms. Haven't heard you mention how that sun and impacts it, especially with the Earth's weakening. No, not on that scale. The sun, not a factor with this. What's the main factor, if you want to blame the sun, is just the amount of latent heat that we have out in the tropics. Okay, that's the big thing here. Is what happened last hurricane season? We got busy for a while, and then it kind of shut down a little bit, and we didn't really get rid of a lot of the heat that was out in the tropics. Okay. You were in an El Nino season. We've gone into La Nina, so we got a lot of latent heat that's built out in the tropics. And what that means is this stuff's like bath water out here. We're talking about some very warm temperatures out here. The solar flares don't really have much to do with that. They're Old School. It doesn't. Not. We're talking on kind of you're talking macro to meso here. The space weather doesn't really have a direct impact on this weather per se. It does for some of the long-term stuff, but not really on this level, okay? The CMEs and solar flares, that's the space weather and Earth weather are kind of two different things. But because we have so much latent heat out in the tropics right now, there's an imbalance there. The whole purpose of tropical systems, we're talking hurricanes, typhoons, basically obviously the same thing. They take that latent heat and they take that imbalance and they move it toward the poles, okay? That's what the whole purpose of tropical systems are. When we have an imbalance like we have right now, it's going to try to balance things out. So that's why this hurricane season is a very dangerous. And thanks to that new subscriber, we're up to 37.95. I got to get my counter going back up again. Y'all are doing great. I do appreciate the new subscribers. I really it just makes you feel good. You know, when you put a product together and you're trying to bring people up to speed on stuff, you want to have something out obviously that people want. And it's good that we get the new subscribers in the channel. Every time we build a channel, the better audience. I put a lot of effort in some of my videos, and It's been a little I'll be honest with you, it's been a little aggravating sometimes with some of the produced videos that I do. They don't get any real traction because the YouTube algorithm has changed to a point to where it just won't pick up my stuff because I guess there's an oversaturation out there. The only way to get around that is just to add the subscriber base. So you guys coming on board, I do appreciate it. Yeah, climate change. Okay, that is a good question. All right, I was waiting for someone to kind of bring that up about climate change. All right, here are my thoughts on climate change. I'll give you on this. Okay, does climate change is something that's very much part of the planet. What's debated out there is how much climate change is being impacted by man's production of CO2. All right, I will tell you historically, we've had times in the long past where we've had CO2 levels much higher than now. That we are coming out of an ice age from years ago. To take data that's 100 years old, basically, and say, oh, we're off the 100-year average. To me, that's not enough. It's historically speaking to sit there and say climate change is being driven by man. I will say this. This is our only planet. This is our only. We have to be good stewards of the planet. So anything we can do to help reduce pollution, to take better care of our natural resources, I'm 100% for it. I'll tell you right now, I'm a big proponent of the hydrogen fuel cell technology for transportation. Not electric cars. Electric cars do too much damage to the environment just to produce those darn things compared to a hydrogen fuel cell. The big plus of a hydrogen fuel cell is that you can basically fill it up in 5 minutes. Hydrogen is the most abundant source on the planet. And oh, by the way, when you drive a hydrogen car, it cleans the air. Its byproduct is water that drips out of the tailpipe. So I firmly believe we should be going to hydrogen fuel cell technology and use that as a way to combat potential impact to the climate. So that's my spill. Seminar over. So don't want to get in there. So yeah, I keep looking downtown to see. I see someone's out of a car on the side of the road. He's just kind of. I'm still waiting for things to go downhill. It's not quite noon yet. I think we were kind of looking at around midday. He's kind of moved the camera back out there, so you can kind of see the downtown area. We'll watch this closely. The winds don't look that bad right now. At least not currently. And here's the other camera here. They keep rotating this one around. They were doing just the harbor. Now they kind of got them both together. So we'll keep coming back to these cameras here. That one's buffering again. They're jumping between different cameras, so which is fine. Okay, that's funny. Elon Musk is working on it. Yep. Thanks to that new subscriber. We got another subscriber. Hey, we're only 4 away from 3,800. We're going to hit it today, folks. I'm very, very proud of this. Very proud. Very grateful for you guys coming on board here. All right, let me go ahead and get back over here. I need to do a little more homework here as we're kind of watching things here. I want to make sure I stay up on the latest data. So while I'm talking and doing this, I got to make sure that I stay up on what's going on with the storm. I've got to multitask a little bit here. So I keep checking a couple of my sites that I check off here on the side, kind of see how things are kind of looking here. I guess a couple of things I can do with Radar Omega is I can turn on the actual plots and stuff.
You know what's nice about having fair work on your
not sure where that came from.
We put in the hard work.
Yeah.
So you can take it easy.
I see an advertisement popped up. Let me mute that.
Fair.
There we go. Sometimes you get on Elon is selling vaporware. Yeah. All right. So let me look here. I want to take a look here at where's the animation? Was this the animation one? Yeah, there it is. That's the one I'm looking for. Make sure that is correct. Yep, that is correct. I was just double checking and making sure my plot, my spaghetti plot that I was showing earlier was up to date. So I was just pulling it up over here just to double check. So the European model, at least that one, is still plugging it into Mexico. The other one makes a turn. What's interesting is to me, what if it turns a little bit sooner out there? They're already forecasting this thing to go back to a hurricane before it makes another potential landfall. The official hurricane center track takes it into Mexico. But if it makes that turn earlier, as warm as that water is out there, and as long as we don't have a whole lot of wind shear, we got to watch that. Now, the storm will never get back. One thing I'll tell you historically when it comes to these storms, they never get back to what they were before. They never. It's very rare that they do. So But it can still re-strengthen back up there. So the folks along the Texas Gulf Coast from Brownsville, I'd say even as far up as Houston, need to be very, very aware of what's going on and staying abreast of what the storm is. I think by Friday, especially by about Friday, we probably will have a pretty good an idea of whether this thing's going to turn or if it's going to make a run for the Texas Gulf Coast or not. So let me do this. I want to do the Beryl Omega. I want to go ahead and pull this back out. I want to go ahead and put this back on the visible here. And I want to go ahead and turn on a couple things so we can kind of look at the plots here a little bit. So I had this stuff turned off. We'll go ahead and keep this turned on. We'll just go ahead and put the cone on here and the protected track here. We'll show you this a little bit. So here's the big plot here. We're going to go back over this again. I'm going to keep going back because I'm going to keep looking at those cameras because I want to see how things are progressing there in Jamaica. I'm crossing my fingers. I'm really hoping that the core of the heavy wind stays to the south, but typically it's on the north side and to the right of the center where the highest winds are, and it's going to be really close, folks, on how this is going to progress. But notice the official track here brings this in. So it's Category 4 as it goes by Jamaica, weakens to a 3. Looks like it comes in as a Category 2 at the Yucatan Peninsula. Comes back as a tropical storm. Then before it makes a landfall into Mexico, comes back as a Category 1 storm, and then moves it into Mexico down near Brownsville, Texas. All right. So the question is, does it make that turn a little bit sooner? Where is this ridge? Because what's driving this right now is you got this big old almost ridge that's steering this thing, and it's going around the periphery of the ridge. Think of a hurricane almost like a spinning top. It's going to go where the path of least resistance is going to be. So wherever the weakness is in that ridge, and we got two high pressures that have been kind of tag teaming up, one out in the Atlantic, one over the states, that have been kind of merging back and forth. That's kind of protected the states so far. So everything seems to be going into Mexico. This is like we've had two storms already go into Mexico, same one, and this would be the third to go in the exact same place, general location as the other ones have. So that's just the pattern we've kind of been into so far with the system. So again, we're going to watch and see how this is going to go over the next couple of days. Right now, Jamaica's looking pretty good so far, but I know it's not going to stay that way. I keep thinking that, it's just, I think it's only a matter of time. We're just kind of waiting for things to kind of go on downhill here. Where is my quad? Oh, I was going to see if the hurricane hunters had any updates out there. That was the other thing I was looking for. Let me go check that out. I wanted to see if the hurricane hunters were out there and they've got the latest stuff out there or not. So let me take a look here. Let's see if they've updated here. Oh, they have. All right, got the new data. This just came in. This is not that old. This is probably about an hour old, but it just came in. So let's go ahead and give you the latest on the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Just making sure we got the new data here. So again, if you're ever familiar with what the Hurricane Hunters do, they do these crossing patterns. They go back and forth. And the pressure has been kind of holding its own. You see there, 953, 953, 955. It's been holding around 953, 954 for a while. So the planes are going around that center of circulation, checking everything. And you can see Jamaica's there just off toward the top there. So again, the conditions there are going to go downhill pretty quickly. And I keep watching the water levels here on that bridge keep coming up. They keep coming up. It wouldn't shock me if that thing gets flooded out here over time. But thank you there for the new subscriber, by the way. I see we're up to 3796. Only 4 more to go, man. 4 more to go. We get to 3,800 for today. That'd be a nice little mile marker there. There's the bay picture. That one just popped up here. I'm going to kind of keep an eye on all these cameras here. But right now, don't look that bad. Not a lot of wind. Seas don't look that bad. But we know it ain't going to stay that way. Just like when things went downhill in the Windward Islands, they went downhill very, very quickly. Again, very much like someone flipping a switch out there. So let me go back here to Radar Omega here again. We'll come back to this. I want to go ahead and I want to turn a couple things off here. I was just showing the path there for a split second, so I want to go ahead and keep the path on. I want to take the cone down a little bit. And that's fine. We'll keep that. We'll keep it like that. So, yeah, you kind of see where that center of circulation is there. So, there's the spread right there. So this eye is going to pass just to the south, but once this center gets to right about here, once it gets right here, that's when the worst of the storm surge, I think, will be kind of coming into Kingston. When that eye is due south and that wind is screaming in that direction, that's when that storm surge is really going to pick up. So for right now, you can see that center of circulation kind of sitting in there. And one thing I watch very closely is the pressure's kind of holding us on. Does the eye kind of return or not? Right now it's filled in. You can't see it. But if it starts to clear out, thank you for that new subscriber. Again, I try to say thank you to everybody. Everybody that kind of comes on there. Paige the Bomber, thank you for coming on board there. See, the Streamlab plug works sometimes, and sometimes it don't. It's just one of those things. So thank you. But again, as the storm passes to the south, once it gets perpendicular to Kingston, which is right up here to the north, that's when the storm surge will get at its worst, and we'll see things there go downhill. So we're probably, I'd say, because it slowed down just a little bit, we're probably about an hour, I would say, probably from seeing things really go downhill there in Kingston. So I think the initial one this morning, they were talking about around noon in Eastern time. So we're about 11:42 right now. But once it gets perpendicular, just due south of Kingston, that's when I think things will get the worst. The hurricane force winds have always been very, very tight around this storm. It always has been. That's the entire history of this storm. It's always been like that. So here, I'm just double checking here. I'm reading the report here as we're kind of going through here. Again, if you guys got any questions out there, hey, there's a storm chase. There's Minnesota storm chaser. Hey, good to see you there, buddy. Welcome back. Hey, I'm not saying I'm not open. I'm open-minded. I'm just saying it just on the scale of what's going on currently. It doesn't have anybody. We go through these. I'll give you an example, old school. Back during the last big one, back in 2021, we were in the sun was actually in a sleep stage. It didn't have any impact, and it was a through the roof season. Okay. Go back to 3 years ago when the sun was actually quiet. Right now it's very active. We're at peak level, but back then it was quiet. Little solar flare activity, little stuff, and the season was still through the roof, and that was a record-breaking year. So that's why I bring that up. Paige the Bomber. Hey, 89 Delta. Hey, welcome down, Air Army, buddy. I was a 25 Alpha. I was a signal officer. Did that for 30 years. Retired Lieutenant Colonel last year. Last May 31st, I hung up the uniform and said goodbye to that. You've been a weather nerd since you 10. That's about the same time for me. I was about 10 years old when the 11, I think, when the Weather Channel came into fruition. That's what I did there. But thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. But I'm just kind of seeing here. I'm looking at the public advisory. Looking at the latest information here. Just double checking stuff here. Still thinking some weakening here. Hurricane force winds are only 45 miles from the center. So that's important, folks. Oh, man. If that center of circulation can stay far enough south, then maybe all that Jamaica doesn't get that bad. I'm really hoping for that because there was a time yesterday I was like, oh God, is it going to wobble far enough north to where, because when these things move, they'll be moving westerly, but they're doing this stuff. It'll wobble, wobble, it'll wobble a little bit north, a little bit north every time. So, okay, so it's only 45 miles from the center. I thought that was up to 60 now, but it's a 45. Tropical storm force winds are 185, so we're not going to get tropical storm force winds regardless. That's up to 65, 70 mile per hour winds getting up toward Kingston. But the hurricane force winds may stay far enough southward. Maybe it won't be quite as bad, at least for Kingston. Because it looks like here that it's at its closest point right here. See that? That's when it's at, because it's, again, moving that west-northwest track. So Kingston may be far enough north from that track that maybe they don't get as bad a winds there, but the western part of the island for sure may get hit pretty good because the center is much closer there. So again, that track and that wobble's got everything to do with the track. So, and when you're talking tens of miles here, it makes it very, very tough there. So again, hey, if you're new to the channel and you've not subscribed, please consider it. Help me out here. If you're new to the subscriber, you'll be automatically enrolled to win a free No Weather Radio, which I'm going to do when we get to 5,000, hopefully a little bit later this year. But it also helps with the algorithm. If you're also, before you leave, because people kind of come in and come out, I think we're averaging about 5.5 minutes per viewer. Please leave me a thumbs up. Helps with the YouTube algorithm. When you're a small channel, you got to play the YouTube. Those are the rules YouTube says you have to do if you want to have us to recommend your feed to other people to come and watch the coverage. So you gotta do the thumbs up. You got to do the subscriber stuff. That helps. Every little bit helps the channel when we're trying to do this live coverage. So you're seeing this is the shot I'm probably most interested in watching to see what happens as this storm gets perpendicular to Jamaica, to Kingston, to see what those boats look like when we get to that. So far, we've been on for about an hour and 15 minutes. We've had about 400 views so far. That's not bad for us. Not bad for this channel, at least. And like I said, I'm really looking forward to getting that green screen. Man, I really want to get that green screen up to be able to do the interactive stuff as the storm continues to get closer and closer there to Jamaica. But it's such a tight fit. And thank you for the new subscriber there. Only got to get 2 more and we're at 3,800, man. That's another milestone. I kind of look at every 100 as a milestone when we get there. So you guys helping me out, I do appreciate there. And, I really thought the Streamlabs, when I put the plug in here, which actually gives me the names of people when they subscribe, but it only applies to those where you see the alert go off. So I've never quite figured out why it does that like that. Come on, oh, we got a bad image there. Looks like we got a bad image. Well, that kind of happens sometimes. So we'll go switch over to that. Let me switch back over to Radar Omega. Yeah, we'll switch back over to this one here. So there is the wide view there. I tell you, the Cayman Islands are going to get hammered tonight. They're going to get it really bad. This track, you notice the track here is far enough south from that buoy there where water temperature is 85. Shouldn't be too big of a problem. But this buoy over here gets pretty close. There you kind of see it's sunny there out there in that buoy right now. Water temperature here also sitting close to 85 degrees. So, I mean, that's some bath water out there, man. The only thing that's going to inhibit this storm is the fact that we've got so much dry air out there. You look at this is the mid-level water vapor again, and there's a lot of dry air. That yellow out there is just dry air out there. So this behind here that's showing up very well, this is all Saharan dust. The only reason why we don't have a tropical storm back behind this one is because of that Saharan dust. The earlier models were developing this into the next named storm, which was going to be the D storm, which I can't remember off the top of my head right now. But it has been getting beat back tremendously with this Saharan dust that's been out there and this dry thing. There's a little bit of wind shear out there, a little bit as well. Kind of seeing a little bit of that kind of blowing over the top. So the wind shear, again, when you look at tropical systems, you think of it as one big heat engine, okay? Everything comes in at the surface, comes in as like a chimney out the top and goes out the top. The reason why you're not seeing the eye on there right now is because we've got some upper level winds they can't evacuate the heat as efficiently as it was when there's high pressure over the top. So that's why we're not seeing that right now. So again, we're watching Jamaica very closely here to see if this storm's going to stay far enough south. Again, hurricane force winds only go 45 miles out from the center. Will it stay far enough south to where Jamaica does not take a direct hit? Does it stay far enough south? Now, the western part of Jamaica is looking kind of rough, okay, because it gets a lot closer there within about 25 miles of the coastline. But Kingston, the main capital, which we're kind of watching the cameras here, right now just dealing with some rain. The winds don't look all that bad right now, but things are just kind of getting going in there right now. Let me look at let's Let's look over here. Let me switch this over to the main. Go back over to the visible imagery here. Kind of go back over to here. There we go. And if you're new to the channel, again, I do appreciate you guys checking out the channel. There's 34 of y'all on here watching, which is, again, good for our little small channel. My name's Greg, by the way. I'm a former TV meteorologist, also a retired Army guy. Launched this channel about back in October. Started doing our live coverage back in April, so we're kind of getting this thing going here. And again, hopefully we'll make this thing better and better and better as we go along. And you guys, we have to have a lot of interaction when we're doing live coverage. And what that means is, if you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing. Because when you subscribe to the channel and you get that, obviously I want you to get the information, but it helps the algorithm out. And also, if you've already subscribed, do the thumbs up, do the share. Those things in combination help the algorithm, and I can always tell when it does because I can watch the data as it's kind of coming in. And when you guys are doing that stuff, I'll see my viewership tick up. When it's not being done, the data will go down. And if I don't say it at all, and I've done this in the past, if I don't say a word to have folks do that, it'll go flatline and it'll get nothing. You'll only get like the handful of folks who watch on a regular basis. So it requires a lot of interaction. I know it's tough, but you got to sit there. If you got your little remote, just okay, I'll follow you. Okay, I'll do that. That kind of thing. Or if you're on your phone, do the phone thing. I do that too. I kind of watch that thing and do the phone thing and get that going. But I tell you, these conditions here in Jamaica, I mean, it's getting darker and darker every time I check this. This is the camera. This view here especially is the one I'm most interested in. Not familiar with that there, Discord. What exactly is that? Put the link in the chat. I'll take a look at that later. I do use Streamlabs a lot. That's what I'm kind of using. I'm also streaming on Facebook right now. I'm sorry, Facebook. One thing, I've got Facebook streaming as well, but for some dumb reason, I haven't figured out why. I'm using Streamlabs to do the simul streaming on both. I can't get the pop-up to happen on the thing. The only way that the chatting engine will pick up the stuff, and thanks to that new subscriber, we only got to go one more, man. One more, and we're at 3,800. The chat function on the stream will not pop out, and I don't know why. I was fooling with it earlier. I don't know why it's doing that, but it will. I think it might be because I didn't do it on the. I'm going to go back. I think it's because I didn't do it on the Google chat. I think that may have been my fault. So I got to find where the live is, and it says I'm streaming, but it's not showing up on my channel. So I don't know if I'm actually channeling over there or not. I've been trying to do the simulcast thing. It was working fine, but this is the first time I've actually brought the Streamlabs plug into my system here, so I can actually do that stuff. Okay, well, I'll look into that there, Paige. Thank you very much. I will do a little investigation into that. I'm always looking for feedback, man. Always looking for every bit of help that I can get to help with the channel. But I will look into that. Thank you for sharing that with me. Still watching that bridge to see if we get that stuff coming up. But here's our storm, man. Getting awfully close. And when that center of circulation, which looks like it's, this was the 11 o'clock advisory right there, by the way. And now it looks like it's moved a little bit further. Looks like it's maybe we're sitting right about in there. When this storm gets to right about here, when it gets to right about there in that track, when it's sitting just due south of Kingston, that's when things will go really downhill quick for Kingston. That'll be it when the center is at its closest proximity, and we'll see what kind of wind and storm surge gets thrown into that bay right here. We're going to watch that closely, see what kind of storm surge are we going to get into Kingston, because it's kind of flat in there, and the way the coast, the way that thing kind of curves around there, all that water is going to it's going to almost look like a bit of a funnel. It's going to funnel it in there and cause the issue. So again, if you're kind of checking out our coverage, we're watching closely here. The Hurricane Beryl now coming in close to Jamaica. The good news is that the center of circulation right is going to stay south of the island. But the question is it going to stay far enough south to not cause any major damage into Jamaica? It's a life-threatening situation. That's where the Hurricane Center's put that out there. If you're new to the channel, and I see the numbers have kind of come back up here, I appreciate you coming up. My name is Greg, by the way. Again, we're kind of watching this coverage here. If you can help me out by subscribing to the channel and giving a thumbs up, that helps with the YouTube algorithm to kind of continue the coverage and allow folks to kind of have this populate into their feeds. It's when you're a small channel like we are here at the Weather Nerds channel, you got to do that. Now, if I had a couple 100,000 folks or have a couple million like the Godfather, I wouldn't have to do that. But unfortunately, I have to. That's because YouTube says I have to do that, unfortunately. So, oh, there's old school. He was a 63 Bravo. Man, I love my military guys coming out here. Yeah, like everybody coming on here. Oh, my brother's watching. My brother just tuned in on my phone here. He says Discord has a wee bit of a learning curve. All right, and we just hit 3,800. Hey, let's round of applause, everybody. We hit 3,800 today. That's a nice milestone. We did hit it today. Thank you, that new subscriber. And John Vaughn, you just came on 3 minutes ago. Hey, thank you. Welcome on board. I appreciate that. My brother says he's lurking. He just texted me here, so he's kind of watching the coverage here. Hey, Steve, just to let you know, if you didn't hear me earlier, I've got my equipment coming in for my green screen wall. I've got a monitor, I got a monitor stand, I got my green screen, I got my lights, I got the camera. I got to set it all up, hopefully get it set up this weekend, so that when we get deeper into the hurricane coverage, I will be able to pull that video up. So the idea here will be doing something like this. So the idea here is to take it to go to the full, like I would go to this full screen. I'll go to this full screen graphic, and I'll have it up over here on my green wall, and I will be able to get up and actually interact with this image. So whether it be radar or with this, I got a monitor on my side like I have it when I was working at a TV station, and be able to interact with this and do this off the sidewall. So that's what I'm hoping to get to, because again, from what I've seen out there in the YouTubeverse, I don't see a lot of folks doing that, to be able to do both. So it's something I'm hoping that'll make me kind of unique and be able to kind of do this stuff a little bit better. But the fact we hit 3,800 today, that's a big plus. Now the next milestone is 3,900, obviously. We're not going to get that today, but it's a good start. For all those of you guys who are just subscribing, again, I did start doing the shorts, about 1 minute shorts last Friday. I think I started doing those, and those have been very well received. I was averaging between 6 to 8 new subscribers per day by doing those shorts. And those shorts, and I'm going to do it for Beryl. I'll do it for when there's activity out there. I'll do it for every storm that goes on out there. No, that's in my house. He was asking if I just was going to paint the wall green. No, because I'm married. My wife's okay with me having it up on a green wall, but no, she didn't want me painting the wall. Nor did I ask. I don't think she would have liked that. So at least I could take that down when I'm not using it. The other thing I would do when I go is I'm in my office. I got a corner office up here in my house, and so I do want to get some doors put in here so that I can shut this office off completely. Right now it's kind of open up to my foyer area. Good answer. Yes. The 2 words for successful marriage. Yes, dear. Nah, she's good. We've been married 27 plus years, coming up on 28 here real soon, and so it's good that I actually run a home business out of my office here. I have a dental temp agency that I run, and my wife's a dental hygienist, and she works nearby. And so I take care of my dad. My dad's a Vietnam veteran. That's why I was a little later getting on here this morning than I would have liked to have been. But I take care of my dad. I moved him up here, and he's like 3 miles from my house, so he's in assisted living nearby, and I can take care of him. My mom's actually up here for the week. I went down and picked her up on Monday. And so he's staying the week out here, and we're going to continue to try to, and this is my passion. If you haven't picked up on this is what I love to do. I'm a weather geek. I'm a weather nerd. I did it for a living. The only thing that was tough doing the TV business, oh, there's my dad. This no, my brother. This is my brother, Mr. Pink Eye. You're right, and I'm sorry. That's right. Those are the magic words. I'm sorry. So that's Mr. Pink Eye is my brother Steve. He's out in Denver, Colorado. So he's out there watching the coverage. And we just hit 500 views today. Hey, thanks. We just hit 500 views. Again, thank you for everybody who's checking in here on the channel. For those who don't know anything about YouTubing and all this stuff, the average turnover on a live event on is typically 5 or 6 minutes. So as a result of that, if you don't say certain things to help the algorithm out, you won't have anybody watching you after a while. So it's part of that game. So if you guys are new to the channel, and I appreciate you guys watching this as we continue to watch this storm getting closer and closer to Jamaica here, please do me the favor. All you got to do is, if you consider subscribing, I would appreciate it. It'd be an honor and pleasure to have you on board here. You will get the daily updates in your feed, your shorts feed. You go check that out. I'll give those updates from me. And whenever we do the live coverage, you'll be alerted for the storms. It's going to be a very active season, folks. I really can't downplay that. I wish I could. And I'm not trying to be a hype meister, because that is against my nature. That's probably the toughest thing I've had to learn on YouTube universe is every one of these guys out there, they will make a thumbnail and make everything sound like it is the end of the universe type systems. I understand why they do it. You want to get clicks, you want to get likes, you want to get subscribers. But for me, I got to find a balance, because it's really against my nature. I don't want to sell you a book of goods that every storm is the end of the season. Now, what I'm saying for this upcoming hurricane season is it's going to be a bad one, folks. It's going to be an active one. The only thing that could be the fly in the ointment, at least for the short term, is the hair and dust. But it's not going to stay out there for long. And the fact that we have so much latent heat that's more on par to what we see around 1 September. We're kind of just over 1 July, and we have the same latent heat out in the tropics that we typically see when we're entering the peak of the hurricane season. Now, the good news is, as far as short term, let me get this thing looping again here. Sorry. In the short term, this, I think once Beryl goes by, we get a little bit of a break. We're going to get at least looking indications. The Saharan dust is really beating back the intertropical convergence zone badly out there as far as activity. So as we go along, we're getting a little bit of a break. But caveat that as we go to as we get later into the month of July, I think things are really going to pick up substantially here. So let me go ahead and get my numbers back up here. So we're doing little waves here, so my numbers are lining up exactly since we hit 3,800. Yeah, for like me, I don't understand why Streamlabs does not pick up everybody that subscribes new to the channel. I really don't. I guess it's got to be dependent on what you're using, if you're a computer or a laptop or whatever. Pete Guy's asking here, how does dust interrupt the development of a storm? Well, okay, let's talk about that. All right, I showed this earlier. We're going to show it again here, and let me show you what's going on out there right now. That's my Saharan dust there. Here is what's going on out in the tropics right now. The trade winds have been very strong. Okay, trade winds have been very strong out there so far this season. So we're getting a lot of dust that's blowing off the Sahara, that big desert that's over there, into off the African coast there. So it's blowing out a lot of dust. And when it blows out the dust, we're talking about some hot, dry, and we're talking about stuff that it inhibits development. When the air is hot and dry, it inhibits the warm air, the thunderstorms from development. And you can kind of see this out here right now. All right, I'm kind of getting my drawer up here so I can interact here a little bit. So you see the winds kind of blowing off here, all right? There's a good chunk here. You see the intertropical convergence zone right here. It is really beating back the development of those thunderstorms. Beryl survived this. This one is a little bit better now, but this secondary one really got beat back badly. It's just now only recently, like the last 24 hours, that it looked like it's gotten far away enough from the development there that maybe this other system will show some signs of development. We'll see how that works out. But the Saharan dust is staying up. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that we've got upwelling of some cool water out in the Atlantic right now. And that's kind of helping feeding that a little bit. Let's go back over here to the live look here. Go back here to the camera and shut that down. So anyway, that's what happens with the Saharan dust. They do cause tropical storms. They do cause things to weaken as we go through time. Keeping an eye on this camera here. Keep an eye. Right now, I'm looking at the trees, and I don't think it's a frozen image. Now they're moving around, so the wind's still not bad there so far, folks. That's good news for Kingston so far. But again, we're not perpendicular. We're not parallel to the coast yet. We're still waiting for this center of circulation to get due south of the island, and it's not there yet. It has slowed down some. That's another factor here. That it has slowed down a little bit, so that has caused a little bit of the delay. It was, give you an idea, it was moving at about 22 miles per hour earlier. As of the 11 o'clock advisory, it's slowed down to about 18. So it's slowed down about 4 miles per hour. It's now a little after 12 o'clock. So this was around the time that the Hurricane Center was expecting conditions to start going downhill there in Kingston and going into Jamaica. All right. So we're seeing right now, it's not looking bad so far. The hurricane force winds only go about 45 miles out from the center. So that being the case, we're not seeing, it's not too bad out there currently. But again, once it gets down to due south, once it gets over here, once it gets to right about there, that's it. Right now it's sitting kind of right about here. So we got maybe another hour or so. We'll see how that works out if it gets due south of Kingston to see how that's going to work out. If you guys are new to the channel, before you guys leave, obviously people kind of come in and they come out, please either subscribe to the channel or give me a thumbs up. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. You got to play the algorithm game, unfortunately, when you're a small channel. When you're a small channel, it takes the interaction of YouTube viewers like yourself to do a share, leave a comment, obviously, and subscribers, basically. Subscribers are probably the best thing. The more subscribers come on, the more the YouTube algorithm will go, well, pop this feed up into somebody else's feed, and they can come watch it. So I have to monitor my current viewership to see how that works out. It has ebbs and flows. When it starts dropping off, it tells me you got to do a promotion, and then it kind of comes back up. It's one of those things. I think the highest viewership we got, and we were doing wall-to-wall coverage, about 3,100 views. That was for a very long broadcast. The best one was probably when the derecho blew through Houston. We had up to 26. Yeah, don't forget to click the bell. Don't forget to click the bell. Yes, you want to click that bell so you're alerted on future content. Most noticeably, the YouTube shorts for the tropical updates that I do on a regular basis. They're quick 1 minute hit and runs. And thanks to that new subscriber, we just went over to 3801. Hey, yes, we're up to 3801. As we're making that next run to the next milestone, which is 3,900. So the goal here is hopefully by the end of the tropical hurricane season, we get to 5,000 subscribers. And there's John Vaughn leaving a comment. You're playing the game with the YouTube algorithm, leaving a comment. Yeah, there's James was talking about that. There you go, James. Yeah, you're right. But again, it weakens the storms. It just dry air, tropical dust. They hate it. If you've seen a hurricane go over a volcano will disrupt. I remember a few years back there was a tropical system. I think it was out in the Pacific that went over a erupting volcano, and that dry air, hot air, and dust tore the crap out of that storm. So if you ever wanted to have the bet, hey, what would win, a volcano or a hurricane? Well, the volcano will. Absolutely. So I keep going back to the cameras, Scott. I know what's going to end up happening is I'm going to keep going back to these cameras, and what's going to happen is that all of a sudden it's going to be like, oh, well, here it comes. There it is. It's going downhill. Right now it's just kind of wet and rainy there. Not a whole lot of wind there in Jamaica being reported. In fact, let me see something here. I want to double check here. See the studio chat's going full tilt here. It's kind of weird how the chats things are working here. I'm kind of looking at both chats. Yeah, I can hit the ding, ding, ding. Just kind of hit my 100% there. Yay! But it says I'm streaming on Facebook, but unfortunately I can't pull it up. I have no idea why my Facebook is behaving the way it's behaving. Because I should be able to go to any of these posts and be able to see my streaming, and I can't see it. All I see is my morning stuff. So not sure what's going on Facebook. If y'all see me on Facebook, I apologize. I can't interact with you because it's not displaying it properly because I'm using the Streamlabs stuff. Got to keep the old whistle. And thanks for that new subscriber. Thank you very much. I'm surprised we don't see anything in Jamaica yet. Yeah. There's a reason for that yet. We just are, again, it did slow down a little bit. The Facebook page, if you look, it's going to be Weather Nerds Unite on there. It's the same thing. I had to do the Weather Nerds Unite because Weather Nerds was already saved by somebody else. I put the Unite on there. And I put the Unite on there because eventually, like I said earlier, if you didn't hear, I want to bring in other meteorologists, other weather nerds that I worked with in the business to bring in to do little chats and things like that. So, and just like other folks out here who are weather weenies like myself, we all unite to kind of come together and to kind of watch our coverage here. So, I wanted to see. I'll try something here. Oops. I'm gonna put this back over here. I'm gonna spill my drink on my computer. That's the last thing I need to do. Let's see. Just kind of looking here. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I'm just pulling up the current conditions there in Jamaica. The current 81 degrees, winds at 7. So it's that was as of the 11 o'clock. Hasn't updated in a while though. That was over an hour ago. Weather underground here. And the winds aren't doing nothing there right now. So I just keep looking back at the hourlies here in Kingston just to kind of see what's going on. Again, the big thing is just waiting. Once the center of circulation is due south of Kingston, I'm telling you, that's when things are going to go downhill quick. Again, the hurricane force winds only go 45 miles out from the center. So the tropical storm force winds go out about 185 miles from the center. So the center is close enough that we should be seeing some of the tropical storm force winds at least kind of blowing in there. It just hasn't done it yet. So, and to be honest with you, that's a good thing. The last thing I want to see is a big major population center like Kingston get hammered with hurricane force winds. If you've seen some of the videos coming out there from the islands that were north of Grenada that took a direct hit when this thing blew with 150 mile per hour winds, it looks like an EF3, EF4 tornado blew through there. It is just amazing the amount of destruction that the storm's going through. The wind gusts in this storm right now are going up to 150 miles per hour. I mean, that's what we're seeing. And you're seeing the folks there. I mean, everybody's kind of off the roads. My guess is that you got, and thanks to that new subscriber, by the way. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The Fatty Kitty. I think I said that right. Fatty Kitty, welcome on board. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. As we're kind of watching this situation with the center. Now, another thing I'm noticing here on the visible satellite imagery is I'm starting to be able to see the eye a little bit better. I'm not sure if it's ever going to really clear out completely. I'm kind of watching this. It could be an indication of the storm getting a little better organized. It's not clearing out totally. There's wind shear blowing over the top, so it inhibits the storm a little bit. These storms do not like, they darn sure do not like, nope, I'll just see if the Hurricane Hunter had anything new out there. Does not appear that they have. Pressure's holding, it's definitely holding its own. 950, still holding at 953 millibars. But if that eye starts to clear out, then all bets are off. That means it could be possible re-intensification. And Sandy, hey, welcome on board there. Sandy S just subscribed to the channel. Hey, welcome there, Sandy. Appreciate you coming on board. I do appreciate that. Every one of y'all. Let's get this thing. Like I said, I do not know why. I'll do this. We'll put a couple of them out there and get my. I don't know why the damn Streamlabs does not do it for everybody, but does it for some of them. But welcome on board, Sandy. Yeah, we're making. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this season's going to progress, and obviously, my intent here, as we're watching, there's the Jamaica flag. Yeah, pray for these folks, man. They're watching from England. Hey, wow. We had someone from Brazil watching earlier. Welcome on board. Yeah, sometimes you forget YouTube is a global phenomenon. You're going to get folks that are going to watch from all over the planet. So wherever you are, continental United States, Great Britain, which I've been to your country, by the way. I was there for a military meeting back in 2017. Loved your I tell you got the best dang transit system in the world. Love getting on the subway system there and traveling. So actually, got to see a friend of mine who was old high school friend that was actually there. Got to see her. Yeah, it's just again, we're just watching the conditions there in Jamaica. Of course, I'm watching the trees. I'm watching the trees to see if they start blowing around anything. Right now, it's just those plain old rain that are falling right now. But we're not in the position yet to where the winds have become a factor, and they won't be until we get this thing closer to the coastline. It's not there yet, but it's getting closer. Like I said, it's going to be like someone flipping a switch here when it does. As the fact that we've got to get to the center circulation's got to get to right about here, and right now that center looks like it's sitting right about here. So we've got a little bit of distance to go once it gets a little bit closer. But I'm really hoping it stays far enough offshore that it doesn't cause a problem. Now the big problem is when it gets up to see Alligator Point, that's when it's at its closest proximity. When it gets over to here, then you're really going to see conditions here along this coastal area here get bad. Because of the way this thing kind of curves through here, the storm surge is going to come in here as the eye wall is passing by. Once the eye wall passes by, that's when that surge of water is going to come into Kingston, and the harbors there has got to watch very closely. Winds haven't been that bad so far, as we're seeing with the live shots right now, but that's gonna change here as we go through time. Why is that doing the double screen there on my just noticed that. Let me get back over to that. Somehow I'm getting two squalls there on my live shot there. Where was that? Let me figure out why I'm getting a double. Oh, because a severe thunderstorm warning just came on. I'm sorry, I got to turn that one off. I got to turn that off. Stand by 1 second. We had a new warning that came out. It's over the top of my other one. I have two different crawls. I have a severe thunderstorm when we have severe thunderstorm warnings and stuff going on. It comes on there. It was quiet this morning, and I forgot to turn it off. So let me go in here and turn that off here. I may have to do it for all of them. I totally forgot about that. Where are you? Not that one, I think. No, that's that one. Gotta find it now. Got to find it. Let me go back over to the other one, and I can scroll over to it. Ooh, well, that's starting to get heavy. There's the deck there. That is getting bad there. Chat Raider Mega. That's the generic call. Clock test. Gotta find it. Gotta find you. I haven't find a little bit there. You can't find me on Facebook. Could you post? Yeah, I might be able to do that. Hold on a second. I can post a link. Let me do that real quick. I will take care of you real quick. Let me do that real quick. Let me get the Facebook link here going. And I will put this in the chat. Where is the... Over here. There is... There you go. There's the Facebook link there. On my Facebook page, I do a lot of stuff for a local market as well, down where I used to work in Columbus, Georgia. So I do stuff there as well. But so far, so good in Jamaica. Man, I was really thinking once we got past 12 o'clock, we were going to start seeing things getting really bad there. It hasn't happened so far, which is a good thing. You don't want to see anything bad happen, but he knows it's going to get something in there so far. They've been very lucky so far. But I think it's only because it's slowed down a little bit. I think this forward speed is slowed down so that it's obviously when it slows down, it's going to go a little bit more to the right. I've got to find this stupid thing. God, I obviously did not. There it is. It's that one right here. All right, there we go. So it's called crawl test. I should have known that's what I called it. So I'm going to turn this stuff off. I want to keep the what's called crawl test there. So that little YouTube game on thing, that was a little graphic I made a while back to help with the YouTube algorithm. It's also a reminder to me that if you're new here to the channel and you've not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. If you kind of come in, come out. Again, I haven't looked at the overall numbers here. Let's see here. We've been averaging. Yeah, the average right now is running about 4 minutes. So people come in and people come out of the broadcast. So the best way to help this, we've had 30 likes so far on this broadcast. So all you got to do is please just subscribe to the channel and again leave a thumbs up on there. It really does help with the algorithm for folks to kind of come into the broadcast. So we've had a very successful day today as we've gone over 3,800 here on our subscriber base, which is good. Yeah, no problem there, Paige. Appreciate it. Yeah, you can just go ahead and hit the like button on that page. You can watch it. Do me a favor if you can, Paige. Let me know if you can see the streaming on there or not. I can't see it. I can't tell, and I'm not going to mess with my feed just to see if it's going over there or not. There's a live look once again there across the bay. Of course, we're getting a little bit of buffering taking place because a lot of people are checking out these cameras. They're watching it. And we're just seeing them. They're going to see it when the winds are going to come up. That really hasn't been that bad so far. But again, we're still a little bit early because the storm did slow down a little bit. Oops, take that down. Go back here to my Reno Omega here again. It's starting to get into CDO though. The central dense overcast is really starting to move in over this. So this is the core of the hurricane, okay? So here's our circulation center right about in here. So it's falling right along that line, all right? So when I keep saying it, once it gets perpendicular here, when it's this north-south, Kingston's going to see some sort of water that's going to come in here. Okay, the distance between the eye and this is going to be key, all right? If it gets within about 45 miles or so, we should start to see some sort of hurricane force winds blowing in there. The core of the heavier winds are down near the center of circulation. So I'm guessing right now that Kingston will not see the real bad stuff. I think it'll stay far enough away, but they're still going to see something. They're going to get something in there for sure. The question is, how bad is it going to get? That's going to be the big thing. So conditions here should start deteriorating here over the next hour, I would say. We're after 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock is when the Hurricane Center was saying when the conditions were expected to go downhill. The next advisory will come out at 2 o'clock. So we're about still another hour and a half away to see the new. They're starting to see the winds there. See there? All right, now we're starting to see. That's the first time that I've noticed on the live cam. Starting to see the trees start to sway a little bit there in the wind. So that tells me we're getting a little bit closer here. Let me get off that one. I don't want to keep going back to that. I know that little sound effect can make you a little annoying at times. So let's go back over to this one. There we go. All right, so again, once that eye passes just to the south of there, that's when the conditions are going to go downhill on that live shot. So I'm going to keep going back to that live shot. Keep watching. Yeah, starting to notice this now. I'm starting to see the trees start to move, and the trees start swaying, and the breeze a little bit. That's that squally weather is going to start getting in there. So when the trees start moving and the rain starts to pick up, that's when you know on something. I see no live on Facebook. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you there. Let me know. I didn't think it was up because I didn't see it. And what's weird is that on my multiple output thing, it's showing it as streaming. It's showing, so I'm not sure where it's going, but it's not going to where it's supposed to. So, it's what it is. Facebook's also got something where they're trying to do a separate channel. It might be on the quote-unquote channel. I don't know. I'll have to experiment with that later. But we'll see how that goes out. Again, I appreciate you guys checking out the channel here. Again, I appreciate it. My name is Greg. I appreciate you here checking out the coverage here of this hurricane, this major hurricane, So unusual in early July to see this. If you've not subscribed to the channel, please consider it. Subscribe. If you hit the subscribe button, you hit that notification bell, and you give me a thumbs up. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. When you're a small channel like we are here, and we're only about 3,800, there's other big new channels out there. I'm sure you've seen the Godfather known as Ryan Hall. He's a former TV meteorologist like myself. He started his stuff about 3 years ago before anybody was really doing this stuff. So he got a big jump on everybody. He's got 2 million subscribers out there. So he doesn't have to ask for anything because YouTube's going to automatically send it out to everybody. Yours truly, being only about 3,800 and some change, well, we need a little help. And that's done by you guys watching, you participating. And that's doing the whole thumbs up, that's leaving the comments, that's subscribing to the channel. And every time you do that, the algorithm will pick up and it'll pop in somebody else's feed and they'll come in and kind of watch the channel. And I have to do that every 6 minutes or so because that's the turnover average. Every 6 minutes you got to do that. And if I don't say a word about it, then the concurrent viewership just drops down to a handful of people who are just watching the wall-to-wall coverage. Because the majority of the folks that come in and come out are not watching wall-to-wall. They're going to watch for a few minutes and then they're going to come back. Or they'll come back, they'll go out to something else and watch something else. I mean, you know, I sit here on my road, I'll sit there and be watching, streaming, go to the next video, go to the next video, and then, you know, I'm streaming in and out. And I don't take offense to it. It's just part of, you know, watching the stuff. You know, we're at 76% of the channel here. My brother just texted me again. Yeah, I got to turn that off, Steve. I got to go through on all my stuff. I've got 2 crawl systems. I got one that I got to turn that off. Let me go. I got to find that on that live shot. Let me go to that live shot. I will fix that. Thank you for bringing that up, Steve. I appreciate that. Just got to go here to this one and turn it off. There we go. And there we go. Now it's off. I just got to turn the other test crawl off. And that's for my severe weather coverage. So right now I just got the latest warning information down below. Now what I want to do is make that the hurricane warnings and stuff to be also automated. Right now I've got severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings that are completely automated. And it updates automatically. And I want to do that for the warnings as well. I also want the data above me to populate automatically as well. So I've got a coder friend of mine that can help me out with that. Yeah, everybody's kind of walking in and saying, hey man, I thought this thing was going to make Jamaica go downhill around noontime today, and they're not seeing anything. I was like, I'm not seeing anything either. It's just one of those things, man. You're kind of waiting to see what's going to happen in this area. Again, we're kind of watching the. I'm watching to see here. Let me check a couple of things here. The latest spaghetti plot. If you haven't seen this, by the way, this is the latest projections. This is an ensemble. Okay, what this is here. This takes a bunch of different model runs, and that dark line that you see, that's kind of like the average. All right, the official track takes this thing into Mexico. But there is still a chance we may get a turn on the storm as it moves back into the Gulf of Mexico. Now, it should be a tropical storm, may go back to briefly as a hurricane before it moves into Mexico. But there's also a chance it may move back to the north there. See, I got a little message here. Oh, there you go. I see your. I got your message there, Paige. Got it here on my messenger there. I appreciate that. Ryan Hall also has Discord, and boy, is it awesome. I'll need to check on that, man. I appreciate it, man. I have to do my homework. Obviously, the big thing here is you're trying to be, you want to be competitive, you know. And the one thing that I'm really hoping to do is with Radar Omega, they're based here in Atlanta, and I really want to get a partnership deal going with them, so that they will be a sponsor, and there's certain tools and things that they have available to their sponsor, the folks that they sponsor with. I think with some of the warnings and stuff, I hope to get that. And I also hope to be a beta tester for them, because I did a lot of beta testing for Barron Services, WSI, Weather Central. These are the main weather tools that you see your weather radios about. You hear about the. I'm sorry, I got distracted there. You see your TV folks use. I've used a lot of those same products. So, and Janelle says, don't forget about tell about the radios. Yes, tell about the. Okay, here's the thing about the radios. Once you subscribe to the channel, you're automatically going to be registered to win a free NOAA weather radio, which I'm going to do when we get to 5,000. So we're not going to get there today. We're going to get there a little bit there on as well. But we're going to give away 8 free NOAA weather radios. So every time you subscribe, every one of you that subscribe to the channel today, you're automatically registered to win a free NOAA weather radio, which I'm going to turn that list over to my girls, and I'm just going to let them pick it. They're going to randomly pick 8 names, and then we're going to have like a live broadcast, and then I'll reach out to these folks individually, and I'm going to mail you a free NOAA weather radio. And it's just kind of part of my ad gimmick to help try to build the subscriber base up. So Cyclone Port 2. Okay, I'll need to look into that as well. So my brother seems to know a little bit about what you were mentioning earlier, so I will probably reach out to him and talk a little bit about that other product as well and see how we can integrate it into the broadcast here. And ultimately, you just want to make it better. You just want to make it the best product we can possibly do. I'm probably getting to the point now with this product where I will probably try to do another at some point later in the season where I might do another revamp or a rebuild of this overall look. So we'll take a look and see how you're into those chats. Well, I appreciate you, Janelle. I do appreciate that. I'll need to look into those other chats and see how I can bring that into bringing in additional folks to the audience right now. So, like right now, the viewership's dropping off. We're down to 16 concurrent viewers, and that happens when people go on to the next stuff. And I don't blame them because we're waiting for the stuff that we're kind of covering the stuff here for Jamaica, and it's been quiet so far. And again, part of me it's grateful that we're seeing that. And yeah, Paige, I'll do that, man. I might. I got you on the chat now. Definitely might reach out to and pick your brain a little bit there. It's always good to kind of reach out to folks and get an idea on stuff. If you guys are new to the channel, again, please, before you leave, if you're watching for a few minutes right now, please give a thumbs up on there. If you consider subscribing, please subscribe to the channel too. Again, it's the combination of those things: subscribers, YouTube thumbs ups, and the chats that help the chat go off to other folks. Because once I lose my audience, I don't get it back. I don't get it back. That's just the nature of the beast when it comes to YouTube. So we've been holding pretty good here throughout the day, but right now Kingston is they're getting a buffering there. I'm kind of watching the hope we don't lose power there. I really do hope not. But that's part of the game that you got to play with YouTube. You got to get folks to be engaging when you're a small time product like me. I'm a small player. I'm a baby YouTuber. So the only way they make that work is for folks to do certain things. Now I'm using Streamlabs plugin for the first time, and there's a couple things I'm not a big fan of. I like the fact I can see the new subscribers on here, but I can't see my data like I did before on the YouTube platform, which is something that has a little bit of a negative here because I can't see the streaming stuff. I can try to see if this will upgrade. Let's see if this will update here. And I'm going to plug this back out. Let's see here. Is that all I needed to do? I hope that did work. It seemed, yeah, okay, that's all I had to do. I had to reset. So I just reset my my stuff so I can see there. So it's so important for you folks, if you're watching, to again, leave that thumbs up. Please subscribe to the channel and help spread the love to more people out there in the YouTube universe. Yeah, it's not updating its data. I can see the streaming data, but it's not giving the data that I want. So yes, I do use OBS. Yeah, that is my main product is OBS. That's what I'm using. Again, I definitely am not. I'm not a novice, but I'm not an expert either. So I think I'm in the middle of the road as far as how to use this stuff. The forecast warning system. I had a buddy of mine make me the product I need to plot that data. It's actually a link that actually streams that data, and we're hoping to do that on this other the hurricane stuff as well. I'm going to shing this back down here again. So let me go here. I keep going back here to the. I keep checking the aircraft reconnaissance. I keep wanting to see if they've got any more data out here with a new mission yet. Nope, they're not out there yet. Just double checking. Keep double checking that. Yeah, I tell you one thing about OBS that's really great is that you can actually, there's so many YouTube videos out there, so many great content providers out there that'll show you how to do things. And thank you for that new subscriber. We added another one there. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, every time you guys subscribe to the channel, the more people we can bring into the coverage of this historic storm. It really is an historic storm. If you've seen some of the damages out there, and I'll probably put the link down to the American Red Cross below, because I tell you that those folks near Grenada, those islands north of Grenada, that got totally destroyed. I've been watching, there's a journalist out there, he's uploading the video stuff out there. If you've not seen it, check it out. But definitely, hopefully the American Navy gets involved and brings some relief out to those islands, because they got devastated out there very badly. The big question is Jamaica going to see this today? Is Jamaica going to run the same stuff that we saw on those islands? Right now, it's not looking that bad out there, folks. I mean, they're getting heavy rains, they're getting a little bit of wind, but really not been that bad. But the center of the circulation is not at its closest yet. Once it gets to its closest proximity to due south of there, that's when I think it's going to come up, and it's going to come up very fast and very quickly, because the wind profile on the storm is so tight. It's only about, the hurricane force winds only go 45 miles out from the center. It is a fairly compact storm. It is a compact storm. So it's going to be literally like watching somebody flip the switch when the conditions go downhill quick. If you guys remember Hurricane Ivan back in 2004, that thing was a huge storm. Hurricane force winds went out like 120 miles out from the center of circulation. It was a big one. We had hurricane force winds from Pensacola, Florida, all the way down to Panama City. I mean, it went way out there. This storm is a compact storm, more like a Hurricane Andrew. Andrew was a very compact storm. Now, when the storms do start to weaken, the wind field can tend to spread out a little bit. So as the storm is still forecast to weaken, although the latest stuff that came in from the Hurricane Hunter shows the pressure's holding its own. It's kind of holding its own right now. But we're not at the closest proximity yet. Once it does get into that position, then we're going to see where that's going to go. Go there. Oh, is that where I need to go? Okay, well, that's fine. I'll go there later. So again, if you're kind of new, kind of passing through, and you're kind of watching what's going on, please help me out. Hit the like button on there. If you consider subscribing, those help bring in additional people to the broadcast that we're doing right now. Because the average turnover is about 5 to 6 minutes, and we're kind of watching what happens here in Jamaica as we're watching this very powerful hurricane that's been a historic one so far. Will continue to be one for the record books. It already is one for the record books, and we're just hoping and praying that Kingston, the capital there in Jamaica, does not take any major significant damage. The talk from the Hurricane Center was saying, yeah, it looks like we're going to get that. But if the eye can stay far enough south of there, hopefully they won't get the worst of the system. Now the problem is as the storm gets closer to the coast, and I apologize that Radar Omega does not put the dang coastline in here a little bit, but the coastline kind of comes like this a little bit. It's this area near Alligator Pond. The western part of the island here is going to be at the closest proximity of that track. Because what the hurricane does, it's a big spinning top. It wobbles, okay? And as it wobbles to the north, it's going to bring those stronger winds closer to the coastline. But so far, we're not there yet. And the reason why is because the center looks like here, I'm looking at the last image, it's sitting right about here, all right? Kind of, that's my best estimate looking at, unfortunately don't have a cleared out eye because of the wind shear that's blowing over the top of this thing. But once it gets to right about there, when it's due south of Kingston, and you're going to get this blowing west wind that's going to be screaming in here, that's when the conditions will get the worst in Kingston. So we're still, again, because it has slowed down a little bit, you're probably looking after 1 o'clock, I'm guessing, maybe 1:30 before we start to see things really go down. This is a very tight system. It's a very tight storm, but you see the track of this thing as it's come on through. Came through the Windward Islands down here as a Cat 4. All right, then it became a Cat 5 for a pretty good bit there. Went by that buoy there. You see that red buoy there? They had winds up to 95 miles per hour there as the eye went by there. All right, so now it's been holding as a 4 here for a while, and it's forecast to remain as a Cat 4 as it's going by the island of Jamaica right now, and then should blow through the Canary Islands here as a Cat 3, Cat 4 borderline before it goes over toward the Yucatan. So we're kind of waiting to see how the conditions are going to look here across the area here as this moves on through. I keep looking at all the different cameras here. So I got several cameras I'm looking at over the bay, and these cameras keep jumping to different sites. So I keep watching that. My Crossroads camera, that was a pretty neat camera there that I had yesterday. It says local power outage, stream will resume. So maybe they've turned the power off at that location, but overall it has not looked so bad there so far. All right, but that bay camera is starting to get very, very conducive to show that we're going to be seeing some pretty rough conditions there. There's the bay. This is the bay camera. This is the one I keep coming back toward. This is where all the boats are, and it's open to the bay. That's where that storm surge is going to come in right there. That's the camera to watch. And you kind of now earlier we could see across the bay, so we could see that the rain is starting to pick up in intensity there across Jamaica as this is coming on in. And we're coming up on 800 views now, so I want to thank everybody kind of tuning here on the Weather Nerds channel as we continue to watch this major hurricane. If you're new to the channel, again, please consider subscribing. By subscribing and hitting the thumbs up, you help the algorithm out. Because we're a small channel, I got to ask folks to do that regularly, unfortunately. Because if I don't, then we kind of lose our audience if we don't. So please, if you're passing through, before you leave, at least leave me a thumbs up on the coverage. I do appreciate that. As we continue to watch the conditions here through Jamaica should begin to deteriorate here pretty rapidly here within the next hour. Things have slowed down. I've shifted to the right a little bit because the storm has slowed down a little bit. It was moving at 22. It slowed down to 18. So it slowed down a little bit. So I think it's delayed the intensity of these winds that were forecasted to kind of come in around 12. I think it's delayed a little bit because the forward progress of the storm has slowed down a little bit. And we'll have another update here from the Hurricane Center here coming in here probably around 2 o'clock, or really about an hour. They typically will post something about 15 minutes before the top of the hour. Typically, they do that predominantly for the TV folks. And hey, thanks for that new subscriber there. We're at 3805. Again, every time we add a new subscriber to the channel and we get a thumbs up, it helps with the algorithm. So, I'm going to be honest with you, I hate having to do it. I really do. I wish I could just come up here and broadcast. But if I don't do it, then I don't have an audience. And if I don't have an audience, then I don't have a product to kind of serve, So, got to play that game. Moist. I do love my chat ninja. I do love that a lot. I do being able to pull y'all's comments up and stuff. Is pretty cool. Let's get my my numbers to match up here. So let me add these two back in here. Da-da-da. There we go. Now we're at 3805. Be cool when we get to 3900. I'm actually looking forward to getting to 4000. There's the boat shot. When I see the boat shot come up, I come back to it because I keep wanting to see how the boats are doing. And they're looking okay so far. Keep up. Hey, thanks, Mark. I appreciate you, man. Welcome back. I try to do the best I can, man. I tell you, it's tough. It's very tough. I tell you, the best thing that really happened in my career was the time I did get to spend at the Weather Channel. And if you guys are old enough to remember, some of you guys who are out there may remember the guy, John Hope, the hurricane expert who was on the Weather Channel for years in the 80s and 90s. Having the opportunity to work with him was awesome. Dr. Steve Lyons, who I'm still friends with, he's another guy I got to learn a lot from for hurricane coverage. It's good to be able to take that experience I learned from those guys and be able to share it with you guys out here. And, I know this hurricane season is going to be an historic one. Unfortunately so. Somebody, somewhere in the United States, somewhere on the East Coast or in the Gulf of Mexico is going to get that big storm. They're going to get one. Maybe multiple ones, but someone's going to get hit big. And every time, whoever just subscribed, again, thank you. Appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Every time that we add a subscriber to the channel, when we get later into the hurricane season, the easier it's going to be for me to do these broadcasts. The Max Velocities, the Ryan Reynolds, the Ryans of the world, Ryan Halls of the world, they've got huge subscriber bases. The YouTube algorithm is going to go to them automatically every time. So for I tell you, back in April, I came very close to hanging this thing up. I got so aggravated trying to do live coverage and having absolutely no one discussing. Then I got a few folks, and then I realized something while we were doing the coverage, that, okay, people come and go every 5 to 6 minutes. You have to tell folks to do certain things or you're not going to get an audience. So I'm like, light bulb went off. We figured it out. You have to ask folks to do the subscribe to the channel, to do the thumbs up while you're doing the live. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now, for me personally, I don't like having to do it because it's like I'm begging for viewership. It's not that. It has nothing to do with please watch my product. It has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with the fact that if you want to do YouTube, and thanks to that new subscriber, if you want to be a successful YouTuber, you have to build an audience. And if you don't build the audience, then you're not invited to the game. You have to be part of the audience to be part of it. So if I want to do coverage like this, like I said, I've got a green screen I'm going to put in here. I'm going to hopefully have it up by this weekend. That's what I'm hoping to do. But if I want to play the YouTube game, the YouTube algorithm, it all has to do with interaction between me and you guys watching online right now. So again, every time y'all subscribe, every time you do the share, the thumbs up, I truly do appreciate it. It's a privilege. It's an honor to be able to do this kind of stuff. So, and hopefully one day we'll get a big enough subscriber base so where I don't have to do that crap. And it'll be just part of the stuff. All right, let's go back over here to Jamaica here. I kind of rambled on a little too long there. I apologize for that. As starting to see those boats starting to rock a little bit more, and these cameras are starting to buffer a little more. It's going to be hard because more and more people obviously are checking out the cameras there in Jamaica. I probably need to do a little more research here. I want to take a look and I want to see if there's any other cameras I can potentially go for them here. So everybody's everybody's doing their hurricane coverage right now, and there's so many out there. There's so many out there watching the coverage right now, and so I'm trying to find me additional cameras that are out here, and there's a couple guys who are out there storm chasing, but I'm not seeing anything. It looks like this is really the main camera here. So we'll keep going back and forth between the two cameras. Looks like they're on. They've kind of synchronized all of them. So right now, let me see. There's this kid. There's the one downtown. I would not be out there with an umbrella, dude. Check this out. I gotta show you this. This is pretty cool. Check this out, guys. This is. He did go back that camera. Let's go like this. That's bounced around this one. So yeah, this is very telling there. We may be getting into a situation. Let's see. I'm still holding at 6,200. Thank you for that new subscriber. Appreciate you guys checking in there. I keep going back and forth between the two cameras, and it's either it's getting overloaded or we're just getting hopefully there's no power outages yet, as things are going to go downhill here pretty quickly. I keep watching this eye and its relation to where Kingston is, and thank you there for the new subscriber. In fact, let me get my count caught back up. We got to do that, man. Oops. Sorry about that. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm not hearing anything here. Oh, okay, we're good. All right, just double checking. All right, but hey, I appreciate all the new subscribers today. We've added what have we added today? I think we've added like 25. That's not bad. Pretty good. Pretty nice little add to the channel today. And when I say we're building it one channel at a time, we definitely mean it. All right, so let's go back up here again. I'm going to go to my full view here. So again, we're watching what's going on right now in what's going on with this hurricane right now. The hurricane right now is still sitting. Big problem is weather is fleeting. Older videos don't continue to generate. Yeah, of course, my brother's typing some stuff in here. And so what we're watching right now is the storm that is within about an hour, hour and a half of being at its closest proximity to Kingston. That's why everybody keeps watching those cameras, because they're waiting to see what conditions are going to look like there. Okay, got the camera back up here, and we're getting very close now as we're approaching the 1 o'clock hour that storm is really going to be making its presence felt. How big are the winds going to get at? Because again, we're talking about a storm whose hurricane force winds are only about 45 miles from the center of circulation. But again, we're kind of watching as they're rotating through all their cameras. And I think that what they did is they used to have them on separate channels. They tied them all into one, and they're kind of rotating them through there. So we'll continue to watch this as we go back and forth. Once this storm gets to its closest proximity, and boy, it's getting awfully close. Another thing, it looks like the track is wobbled a little bit north of the line. That's a little concerning there. Okay, this is the 11 o'clock advisory here. That's the dead center. And it's kind of hard to eyeball because you've got, again, the eye's not cleared out, but you can kind of make it out a little bit that maybe it's wobbled a little bit north of that line. And that's a bad thing, because any wobble north of that line will shift the track further northward. So Kingston right there, again, with that big heavy winds that should be blowing into that bay here in the next hour or so, is going to bring deteriorating conditions into that zone. But hey, Steve, I'll tell you one thing about revenue. If you want to know about revenue, The Godfather, back in April, if I saw on a couple of reports, made about $100,000 in a month. You can make money on YouTube, but I don't do this to make money. That's his way of living. That's why I don't knock Ryan from doing what he's done, because he really set it up for a lot of us YouTubers to come out here and try to do this. I mean, because when he came on 3 years ago, there really wasn't much of an audience out there, and he built an audience pretty quickly. When I first found him, he had about 330,000 viewers. That was in July of 2021. So in 2 years, he's gone from 330,000 subscribers to over 2 million in a quick amount of time. Now, the negative part of that for me is the fact that it blocks us out when you're doing the wall-to-wall coverage, because the YouTube algorithm goes to him. So, but he's built a brand, he's built a product, and he's got a lot of professionals. He's able to hire people to do certain things that I can't do. So I have to do this, kind of figure this out on my own a little bit. But it's so funny when you go back and watch his early stuff. It really wasn't all that great, and he was starting out, but he was able to get subscribers like by the tens of thousands right out the gate, because there was an audience out there screaming for this. So he established something, and now it's become a little saturated. There's a lot of us out there trying to make a mark for ourselves. So every time I get these live opportunities to add to the channel, every time we add a little bit more, it makes it a little easier for the next time, So again, you guys, we're watching. Keep watching this live camera here. We're going to keep going back to these boats. They're kind of rocking a little bit more in there. The rain's still coming down, but still not looking too bad so far. But the core of the storm is getting closer and closer. And here, as we go through the afternoon hours, they're going to really deteriorate pretty rapidly as we go through this afternoon. And I tell you, it's moving over bathwater. I mean, we're talking 85-degree water temperature this early with abnormally warm waters out there, not only for this area, but also the Gulf of Mexico. Now, the Gulf has had a couple of storms. We've had Chris, we've had Alberto. That has taken a little bit of the heat off the Gulf of Mexico, just a little bit, but it's still pretty warm. Even the one there, the sensor there in the middle of the Bay of Campeche showing 84 degree water temperature. So it's very warm out there for these storms to feed off. The only thing that's been negative for this storm is that it's surrounded by some very dry air. There's some Saharan dust nearby. So, and a little bit of wind shear, not a lot, but a little bit. And when I say wind shear, what I'm talking about is that there's a little bit of some upper level winds that are blowing over the top of the center of circulation, over the top of the storm. So when you get high upper level winds blowing over the top of the storm, it cannot break. Again, a hurricane is taking all the latent heat, because the heat energy from the warm waters is its fuel source. It's bringing it in at the bottom, and it's circulating it through the top of the storm. When it goes to the top of the storm, it evacuates that heat out the top. But imagine having a chimney and the chimney being stopped. It can't efficiently get a lot of that heat out of the top. So when there's high upper level winds over a hurricane, it tends to weaken. And that's what we've seen with the storm, is it's weakened a little bit, and it's become a bit of a problem. I've seen some of these chases here. What if your team up there? Well, you know what? Ryan's already got his own stuff out there, and he's got some people already up there. And I really don't want to get into his grill. I like to do my own thing. Now, I was mentioning earlier that I do have some things in the fire. I can't really get into it just yet because these are partnerships, these are agreements with certain folks and names of people I don't want to put out in the world yet. But I am planning to bring on some other folks where the Weather Nerds Unite mantra will be brought up to where we can have, where I might have another meteorologist with me to discuss what we're seeing out there. Or we may have where I will have scheduled events to where I'll have multiple people on from maybe other YouTubers. Again, just saying, but smaller in nature, so we can kind of cross-pollinate each other, kind of like the neurotic and the critical drinker does with their social media stuff out there when they're talking about, Doctor Who, Star Wars, and Star Trek. That kind of setup. That's what I'm hoping to get to. Getting my wall set up is my main priority. That is number 2, going with the YouTube stuff. I've got a couple of other folks that hope to bring on board here that'll help us grow the channel, and hopefully will get us moving. If you're new to the channel and you've not subscribed, again, please consider it. It helps the YouTube algorithm. And before you guys leave, again, average turnover here is 6 minutes. Every 6 minutes, somebody comes in, comes out. 5 to 6 minutes. Please give me a thumbs up. It helps with the algorithm. It allows you, as you're leaving, to go on to look at something else on YouTube, to allow somebody else maybe to come on in. That's the name of the game. When you're a small YouTuber, you got to sit there and promote the product all the doggone time. You got to do it. If you don't like it, it's like, well, I need to just sign off and not do this anymore. Got to bring in folks to do it. Yeah, my brother. This is my brother out in Denver. Coming to a city near you. Weather Nerd Con. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, Steve. Absolutely. All right, let's go back in here, take a look at this, go back into the satellite imagery here again, as we're looking at the center of circulation. Again, we're not perpendicular yet. We're sitting right about here along the line, and we got to get to right about here. This is when things should be at their worst, but we're getting really close, man. We're getting really close to where this thing's going to be its closest proxy. I think Alligator Point for sure is going to get nailed very good, because that's very close when it gets up this way. And if it wobbles a little further north, that's going to be a problem for that. You can see the track here, and it's going to blow right through the Canary Islands. The Canary Islands are going to get hit pretty good. They got obviously got some of the warnings up there as well right now. So let's go back here and
You know what's nice about having
I don't like that.
when you're injured?
I'm not sure what I got up, but I keep hearing one of my advertisements come up here a little bit. So seeing a little bit of breeze starting to kick up a little bit, but not bad. I mean, we're not talking that screaming wind where you see the trees get crazy. And we just went over 800 views for today, so we're knocking on 1,000. That's not too bad here. We've been up and going here for about an hour and a half now, so that's really not bad for this channel. Well, appreciate you there watching from Baltimore and Philly. Thank you very much. I'll let you know. Been up that way. I was stationed at Fort Meade for a little while. So kind of watching the conditions there, not been that bad there in Jamaica so far, which is good. You really don't want to see things get too bad and too out of handle there for that. Let me see. I want to double check and see if there's been any update here on the plot yet. Just double checking this. Hold on a second. Just double checking here. Has this changed any? Oh, that has updated, but that's still, look, it hasn't changed much. This is a new plot here. Looks like it's still showing that turn to the right. All right, the official Hurricane Center has that thing going into Mexico, and I still think it might. Even if it goes into Mexico, what's bad is it may go into Mexico and stall. And that'd be terrible because that could, you got some mountains there just near Monterey, kind of in there near Mexico, and you can get some serious major flooding in there. That could kill a lot of folks if we get a situation like that. Hopefully we don't. I think by Friday we'll know for sure if we're going to get it. If we're going to get a turn and how much of a turn we're going to get once that moves up that way. So that is going to be very key to see if we're going to get that kind of a situation set up where this thing could be impacting the Texas Gulf Coast. If it does, going into say Sunday, into this weekend, late in the weekend, that will need to be watched closely. And obviously, if it looks like we might get a hurricane making landfall into the Texas Gulf Coast, I'll be back on here to do live coverage for that event, obviously, as we're watching this thing going by Jamaica right now. The good news for the Yucatan is A, the storm's moving, and B, the storm's going to weaken significantly by the time it gets to the coastline. I think maybe 100-mile-per-hour winds. I think they can handle that. They get that kind of stuff down there all the time. So they should be okay. Shouldn't be too big of a deal, though. We'll get some power outages and stuff and things. But I was really concerned about Jamaica this morning, just for the fact that we saw the damage that we saw out there in the Windward Islands. It was just absolutely just really bad. I keep going back to both my cameras. Some of these are buffering because you got a lot of folks watching this right now. And there's the other camera here. That's that bridge we keep watching. There's the bay. Again, starting to not look too bad right now. If you guys have seen, these videos and stuff we had before where you see the bolts that get thrown around like damn Tonka toys. So yeah, absolutely do that. Oh, excuse me, I got a break. Again, if you're new to the channel, kind of passing on through, please consider subscribing to the channel. Every subscriber, every thumbs up helps the algorithm. I kind of watch my concurrent viewers. It kind of goes up and down, and all depending on what you guys do, those who are kind of passing through. Please consider subscribing. You will get the YouTube updates. I do a daily kind of short update that kind of will be in your feed, and you can kind of watch that regularly whenever you want. It's kind of a short abbreviated feed there. Do that, and then also you look for the future live events. So if you hit that subscribe button, that helps. Please leave me a thumbs up before you leave. If you don't subscribe, at least leave me a thumbs up. That also helps with the YouTube algorithm. You got to do those things when you're a small channel like we are here. Eventually, hopefully, we'll get to a number where I don't have to do that. But please consider that as I kind of watch my levels go up and fluctuate, go up and down, up and down, up and down. I always got to remind folks to do that because if I don't, then my viewership drops off to little next to nothing. So I appreciate everybody who kind of comes on the channel here and kind of watch what's going on here. You see this camera for some reason, or this that's the weather services. That's weird that they're not loading up. Yeah, one thing I think the National Weather Service needs to do is their feed stuff coming out of their main satellite thing is getting over. I was looking up their stuff to try to see if I can pull up their satellite image. It's not loading. That's because so many people are going to the website trying to get their stuff. Thank God I do have the Radar Omega version here, so I can look at this one. You always want to have a backup, man. You always got to have a backup when you're doing weather coverage. And again, appreciate the new subscribers coming on board here. Again, appreciate you guys checking out the channel. We're watching this very bad hurricane that so far so good for Jamaica. I don't think it'll stay that way. It's coming a little bit later. What's happened is the storm slowed down a little bit, so the timing is shifted to the right just a little bit. Now, the center of circulation, here's Kingston up here. I know you can't see the coastline there because Radar Omega does not put the international borders on in here. So there it is there. You see the center of circulation sitting right about in here. All right. It gets to its closest proximity to Kingston right about here. So it's still got about another hour or so. And once it gets to its closest proximity, that's when things will start. You'll start seeing a surge of water kind of coming around that center circulation. So either from the southwest or from the west, and that's when things will start to go downhill in Kingston. Alligator Pond is going to be really bad, to say the least, when that goes through there. But hey, I do not know what's going on with them. Picking up intensity after Mexico back to Cat 2 or 3. Well, it depends on which model you're looking at. If you're talking about this one, I'll show that for you real quick. Hold on one second. Let me get to it real quick. Here's the intensity forecast. Let me see. That's the 12. This is the 12Z. So this is the 12Z stuff here. So it's kind of all over the map. And I was reading the discussion from the National Hurricane Center was talking about this. The problem here is it going to weaken off tremendously? You see two lines of thought going here with this. All right, you got two things here, ways of thinking with this. Is it going to go off to strengthen back to a 2 or 3, or is it going to go down to tropical storm and come back up? They are strengthening it back to a Cat 1 once it gets back into the Bay of Campeche. I think what's going to happen once it gets to the Yucatan, I think it'll be probably a Cat 2. May go out as a tropical storm. I'm still thinking Cat 1 right now. I'm kind of with the Weather Service on this one. But if it slows down and stays over that water a little bit while, then all bets are off, because we got some very warm water there. And it also does appear, although that trough's coming down, that the dynamic or the environment gets a little bit better once it moves into that position. All these cameras in Kingston are starting to go down. I think it's just traffic. That's the problem through there. So again, if you guys are checking out, we're watching this very bad hurricane. This is Hurricane Beryl. This is the one that blew up the Windward Islands. This is the one that the Grenada islands just north of Grenada took a plastering from what was basically like an EF3 or 4 tornado that just wiped out everything on that island. Now coming into Jamaica, but it has been a bit of a, it will be turning, yes, but the question is, how much of a turn are we going to get there, Paige? How much of a turn are we going to get when it approaches the coast? So we continue to watch the cameras here, but they're starting to buffer now, and they're either because of bandwidth issues or other kind of stuff. So there's that bridge. Still a little bit of wind, but again, not bad. Hasn't gotten bad there in Jamaica. I really thought Kingston was going to see a lot more activity than what we're seeing so far. But it's after 1 o'clock now. But I'm like, hey, the hurricane force winds only go 45 miles from the center. The tropical storm force winds, I'm surprisingly not seeing at least that. At least 40, 50 mile per hour winds getting into Kingston. Still haven't seen that yet either. So it's like watching, waiting for paint to dry. You're waiting to see what's going to happen with the storm. Everything says we should be seeing some rough weather there. We just haven't seen it so far. But let me go back to that chart, that plot again. We'll talk about that some more. Let me see. It's 1 o'clock. Still probably too early for that. I'm trying to see if the 12Z European's coming in yet or not. Let me double check this. Let me see if the 12Z European. Nope, not started yet. I got another hour. Usually the European takes about an hour behind. So again, the European model here continues to bring this thing. Again, just plows it right into Mexico. So it comes across the Yucatan. Then it goes into the Bay of Campeche, and then goes into Mexico. But there are indications you got a trough coming down that may pick this thing up. That's what's causing. Look right here. You see all that rain there in Alabama, Mississippi. That's a frontal system coming southward. So when the hurricane's sitting over the Yucatan, is it going to pick it up, and is it going to bring it northward into Texas or not? Right now, it's anybody's game to guess on whether that's going to happen or not. We got to watch that very closely. And again, I keep saying Friday. Friday, I think we're going to have a pretty good indication on whether that's going to happen or not. Again, this is the spaghetti plot. This is the average. This is the European spaghetti plot showing all that, making that turn. But look how it's kind of the average is paralleling it right along the coastal area. Does it do it sooner? Now, the other thing to keep in mind, the forward progress of the storm, all right? If the storm slows down a little bit, if it's not moving as fast, does it allow that trough to pick it up? Again, a tropical system will find the path of least resistance, okay? So as it comes across the Yucatan, if it slows down enough, or if the trough is strong enough, it may pick it up a little sooner. You'll notice that some of these turns are making even some of these models are even taking it out to, getting up toward Houston and over toward Louisiana. They're making that turn a lot sooner, but obviously it's initializing further north too. So again, path is going to be critical. Turn is going to be critical. So I'm not going to say that Texas is out of the clear yet. I still think it's going into Mexico. That's still my thinking right now, because because of what we've seen so far with the different storms this season. I still think Mexico is probably where it's going to go, but you can't rule out the Texas Gulf Coast. Definitely cannot rule that out at all for right now. Hey, if you guys are new to the channel, my name is Greg, by the way. I am your host here on Your Personal Weatherman. That's my little mantra here. If you could please do me a favor as you're kind of coming through, you're checking out this coverage here on this storm getting near Jamaica right now, please consider subscribing to the channel. Please hit that subscribe button. It helps the algorithm. So if you're coming through, give me a thumbs up. Please subscribe to the channel. Helps with the algorithm here a little bit. Helps us kind of grow the channel. We've had some pretty nice growth today. We've added some new people here to the family. We were trying it for 3,800. We're over that right now. Now we're trying to get to 3,900. And every time you guys subscribe to the channel and do a thumbs up, it helps the algorithm. So as you leave, somebody else can come in. And yours truly has to do this game, unfortunately, because I'm a small YouTube channel. So as we go through, hopefully as we get bigger, won't have to do that stuff more often, but any kind of help you can give this guy, I do appreciate it every step of the way. And once you subscribe to the channel, by the way, you're automatically ready. Two things: you get a chance to win a free No Weather Radio, which we're going to give away when we get to 5,000, and you get those YouTube shorts in your feed. You hit that notification bell, you get my tropical updates. I do one in the morning and one in the afternoon, one at 8 o'clock, one at 5 o'clock. And I'll do that throughout the entire hurricane season. So you can get that one quick 45-second quick update. You get the information you need. You kind of in, kind of out. Bada bing, bada boom. So you have it for the whole season. And then obviously, as we go deeper into the hurricane season, when things really get cracking, you'll have that information. So I do appreciate it. We're coming up on 900 views for today. And I've been on for about an hour and 45 minutes. So we're getting pretty close to 1,000 after about an hour. After 2 hours, really not bad. And thank you to that new subscriber. I appreciate you very much so. Thank you very much. Again, you don't get the subscribers unless you ask. And it can't hurt to ask, right? Got to ask everybody. But again, and oh, by the way, if you are new to the channel, I see a lot of folks, tell me where you're from. Tell me where you're from. I like to just tell me where you're watching from, and put that down in the chat, because I can bring up everybody's chat. So, just like Mark was saying, windy in Clarendon, rainy. Yeah, it's been rainy everywhere, someplace. So anyway, we're still watching what's going to go happen here. I'm looking at these cameras. This one keeps buffering. I keep looking at this one. This is the one overshooting Kingston right now. You see that spinning wheel? It's again, that's traffic. You got a lot of people interested in seeing what's going to go happen in Jamaica. This camera's holding out pretty well, but it's probably the only one. I still see, there's a car going across. I don't know if those guys want to be out there. There's the base shot. I keep waiting for that base shot to come up to see if you start seeing the boat start rocking a little bit, start seeing the winds on, then you know you got some surge coming in there. There's going to be a little bit of storm surge coming there. Yes, and we know we got our Irish lass watching. Yes, you're one of our regulars. Thank you as always. But again, what's going on in Jamaica, we just hopefully don't see a repeat what we saw through the Windward Islands. That was just really, really bad, devastating to watch. All right, let's go back over here to the Radar Omega here. As I keep going back to this, because I'm watching where that center of circulation is in conjunction to where Kingston is. Kingston is the capital of Jamaica. That's that big city. That's where everybody's at. And looks like we are sitting right in there, I guess. Kind of looking. It's kind of hard to eyeball. Let's do this. I want to switch I want to go over to the infrared. And there we go. Yeah, I'm really shocked we're not seeing anything worse than what it is. So I can see it a little bit better on the infrared here. So it's a little bit north of that line. Looks like it's right through there. Kind of eyeballing it through the range there. So, and you see the CDO. This is the dark cloud. This is the central dense overcast right through here. But conditions are not looking that bad there so far. But it's starting to get darker though. It's starting to see the lens getting a little darker there. So, again, going back over to this. There's our kind of our wide perspective. You can clearly see the wind shear. That's been the problem here. See all this blow off. See the blow off some of the thunderstorms over the top. You got some wind shear blowing over the top of this storm. So and these storms do not like wind shear. That's not high upper level winds. They just don't. They don't hold their own enough here. They got this other system back behind this. This is probably the healthiest I've seen this tropical wave in a while. It was beating back some Saharan dust. That one might develop into a storm behind this one. Yeah, things are starting to. Okay, now like I said, I thought it was going to start to go off like a switch. It looks like the rain's starting to pick up there. The boats are starting to rock a little more. We might start to see things start to deteriorate here pretty rapidly now. We're getting awfully close to seeing this stuff going down here near Kingston. There's Kingston there. And let me stop this real quick. I'm going to stop this wave. Stop this. Stop. All right, there we go. All right, so here is our tight ball here. Center of circulation. We're a little bit north of the line. Here's Kingston right here. We're almost due south here, folks. Remember I said when it got perpendicular and was due south of there, that's when things were going to get at its worst. So seeing the guys over here at the bridge, still see people moving around. I just don't know. I'm assuming they want everybody off the dang on roads. You don't want to see that. But again, because of the tightness of the storm, the hurricane force wind's only going about 45 miles out from the center of circulation. It's a blessing. But I think as it gets closer, when this storm gets up near the western part of Jamaica will be hit the worst. The eastern portion, because it's just how the concave of the coast goes up here, is going to be the least impacted. So areas out here to the west are going to be really, really bad, I think. Let me see if the weather, that is down. That is completely down. I can't believe that site. It's not loading. Wow. The Weather Service lost its satellite. I'm not getting an update. Everything else is updating but that. The satellite imagery for the IR imagery from the NOAA site is not working. So I'm very grateful I still have this other one. They must be having a lot of folks out there right now. Only thing I could figure. Let me check. I want to check the latest on the aircraft reconnaissance. Let's see if we got anything out there from the aircraft out there. Let me take a look here. We'll double check here. That is new. All right. Looks like the pressure is continuing to come up. I can see the previous tracks here. I'll go ahead and give you here's the new data here. I'll give you the new data here. Hurricane aircraft are out there right now. And let me hit my refresh here. Oops, why are you not refreshing? Is that not refreshing? There it goes. Okay. All right, so you can see where the center of circulation, it looks like the pressure's come up to about 960 millibars. So the pressure's starting to come up. That's the crisscross pattern where the hurricane hunter's out there. So the pressure's still rising, and which does not really, looking at the infrared imagery here, I can see why, because of the wind shear over the top of this thing. So if that's true, I'm suspecting that the 2 o'clock advisory, which should be out in about 25 more minutes, we'll have the 2 o'clock advisory out. We'll probably see the wind come up or come down some more, maybe down to 135 or 140, based off the pressure starting to come up. So the pressure's coming up. That's good news. We can hopefully keep it weakening. And I keep going back to these cameras. There's that one. See, still not looking bad there. Cross the fingers, man. Cross your fingers. We don't need to see any major damage there in Kingston. I still think the western part of the island is going to get hit pretty good. But if the capital can hold up, that's good. And the reason why that's important is because anything that happens there as far as emergency management supplies and stuff like that is going to be probably near the Kingston area. And if the western part of the island gets hit, bro, they can at least get supplies and emergency personnel and things over that way. So it's important that Kingston does not take a direct hit, does not get hit with these hurricane force winds, and they're able to send emergency crews and emergency supplies over to the western part of the island, because the island to the west, just because of its proximity and the way that the storm is coming up, that's going to be, that's important there. Let me go ahead and get this thing looping again. So as it goes through the Canary Islands up here, there's Georgetown. This is the Canary Islands. They're going to get hit tonight. This will be tonight before they get hit with some of the storms here. Still looking at impressive thunderstorms around the core. That's still a pretty decent looking core through here. It really is getting awfully close, man. I keep going back to that camera, man, because I still think they're going to see some hurricane force gusts coming into Kingston. I just don't see how they don't get around it. Right now they're okay, but boy, they're getting awfully close. I was saying this earlier. Because of how tight this wind field is, when this goes downhill, it's going to be like someone flipping a switch. It's going to just boom. It's going to be like crazy right out there. We got some new subscribers, new folks coming on here watching the channel again. We're watching Hurricane Beryl right now, which is bearing down on Jamaica right now, and the worst of conditions really should be deteriorating here any minute. If you could do me a favor, I know you're kind of passing through the YouTube universe. We're a small channel, so if you can help me out here just by give me a thumbs up or consider subscribing to the channel, it helps the algorithm out so we can bring more people back into the audience. Also, when you're automatically subscribed, when you subscribe to the channel, you get your chance to win a No Weather Radio. We're going to give those away when we get to 5,000 subscribers, which won't be today, obviously, but later this year we'll get there. And then also, give me a thumbs up. It really does help with the algorithm get out there to everybody. Also, by the way, you'll get a YouTube short in your feed if you hit that notification bell. I do daily updates twice a day during the hurricane season when I'm able to, and we'll keep you informed for every storm as we go through this hurricane season. This is going to be an historic storm season, folks, and I'm not trying to scare folks. I'm just telling folks the way you don't get a storm like this early, this size, this strength, without something being out of kilter. Okay, we got an imbalance in the tropics. We got water temperatures that are way too warm out there, and Mother Nature is going to make a balance. And the only way to do that is with hurricanes and tropical systems to do that. So it's going to be a very active season. So if you'd like to get these updates as a regular part of your feed, and the shorts are 45 seconds. You'll get a quick in and out, get your information, and then you're done. So continue to see right now what's going to go on here on this camera. I love this marina shot. I keep going back to it because I'm waiting to see how this concave, this little marina, holds up as the worst of this hurricane starts to go by. And hopefully, maybe the center of circulation, maybe those hurricane force winds stay far enough south from Kingston to allow them on. Thank you for the new subscriber there. I guess to 3810 today. Thank you very much. As we're kind of making that next push to 3,900, to say the least. Ooh, got a Tampa call. Well, I don't want a Tampa call. Go away. I'm busy. I got things to do. And yeah, we're getting closer and closer to that 5,000. We got what? We got 1190 to go. One subscriber at a time, I always say. Let me go back over here to Radar Omega here. Again, I tell you, I was mention this again. I'll say it again. I'll say it again, man. These water temperatures out here are the driver. If you want to know why, thanks to that new subscriber. Again, thank you very much. We're up to 3811. Again, it's the warm water temperatures out here in the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico. They're more in line of what you see around 1 September, not a little after July. It is very unusual to see this kind of water temperature out there. To see this, so with water temperatures that long, we're going to sit there and feed storm like this. The only reason why we're not getting a storm that is strengthening again is the fact that the environment is not as good as it was earlier. We got a little bit of wind shear out here with these little upper level winds blowing over the top of that center of circulation, and on top of that, we've got some dry air out there. So This is the water vapor imagery out here. That green is when you see that high water content, and the yellows is that's when you get the drier air. This over here on this side of the storm out here, this is Saharan dust. This is Saharan dust. Dust is bad. Dry, dusty air, bad for tropics. It really surprised me that the storm got as big as it did, because there was some Sahara dust in the air, but it wasn't enough to inhibit it. It was not enough, unfortunately. But right now there's a little bit of dry air and there's a little bit of wind shear that's causing the storm to weaken. And it's forecast to continue weakening as it continue off to the west here. Okay, so there's back to the visible imagery here again. It's forecasted to come down to about a 3 as it gets near the Canary Islands, and then it comes in as a Cat 2 along the Yucatan coast. Then once it gets back over water, it comes back to a hurricane again, but then they got the forecast that going as a tropical storm into Mexico. I'm not totally convinced that's going to happen just yet. There's still indications we might get a turn there that could bring it up to the Texas Gulf Coast. So if you're anywhere into Texas, you got to watch this storm religiously going into this weekend, because this weekend you could potentially, and if it makes a turn further to the north, it means more water for it to go over, and the environment gets a little bit better at that time too. So it could reinvigorate. I don't think it ever gets back to anywhere near it was before, but maybe it gets back up to a Category 2 hurricane, maybe flirt with a 3. We'll see. I don't think that's likely to happen, but a minimal hurricane, if it stays into Mexico, possibly a little stronger if it makes a turn over toward Texas. And the reason why is because it's got more water to go over. So again, I appreciate everybody here watching the video. We're kind of knocking on the door here on 1,000 views here for today for a couple hours. That's not bad for our little channel. And if you're watching for the first time, please consider subscribing and leaving a thumbs up. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. When you're a baby YouTuber like me and you're doing a live coverage, you've got to do that every 5 to 6 minutes, because that's the average turnover, and it allows us to hold our levels. If I don't say it, if I don't mention it, then it kind of drops off to about 18, 19 people. Those who are kind of watching the wall-to-wall coverage, and I have to do that in order to get people to come back in and watch. So we've added about 40 people today. Not bad. And eventually we'll get to a big enough level where I won't have to do that. But as far as this year's concerned, nope, we're going to have to do that. And also, again, if you're a new subscriber, hit that notification bell. Very important to do that, because I do the YouTube shorts. The shorts are little short-term forecasts. They're about 45 seconds. I do a morning and I do an evening one, and you can get your information quickly. Thank you there for the new subscriber. And Artman Cannon, hey, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Big thumbs up to you there. Appreciate your checking out the channel here. I'm actually missing a VA appointment today. I'm sure I'm going to get fussed at for that, but this is more important to me. I did so. My wife says, you did not. It was just my video conference one, Julie. Okay. It's not a real one. My wife goes, no, you did not. No, it's just I don't think a lot of people were coming on the 3rd anyway, so because of the holiday. But again, hey, thank you to all the new subscribers today. You guys are the best. You guys make this fun. For me, this is fun. But at the same time, you got to be serious, because we're talking about, when you're talking about hurricane, you're talking about life and death stuff here. You're talking about folks' lives. You're talking about people's homes. You're talking about people getting impacted here. The Caribbean got hit pretty good here, and I'm getting my counter caught back up here, because I've never understood why the Streamlabs does not do this for everybody. So I got to help it out. So, but again, this is all about getting critical information out to everybody, and I want to try to give you my take and my information, not only the information, but to be honest and upfront what I think is going to happen with a particular storm. And we're just getting started, folks. We've had 3 named storms so far this year. We might have a D named storm behind this one to watch, although that one looks like it won't hold together long. We'll get a little bit of a break to catch our breath, which I'm kind of looking forward to, so I can get my green chroma key wall. I ordered all my stuff yesterday. I finally had the money for that. Yeah, we're definitely playing for Jamaica, man. I'm telling you, so far, Jamaica's looking good so far, but I don't think it's going to stay that way for too long. Unfortunately, the cameras are getting buffered too much. You see the spinning wheel of death going there? That's because you got so many people trying to watch the cameras, trying to see what's going on there in Jamaica. And unfortunately, that's just traffic. If it's the power outage, then it'll say power outage. You won't see anything streaming there at all. So I got a couple of cameras I keep going back and forth to. All right, this one's back up, so I keep going back and forth. This is the marina here. And again, I'm kind of looking at the trees, looking to watch. It's the saving grace for Jamaica is that this is a small hurricane, and when I mean small, I mean size-wise. It's fairly small, compact. The hurricane force winds only go out about 45 miles from the center of circulation. So as a result of that, we're keeping the strongest winds a little bit away. Yeah, Debbie's the next one. Thank you there, Paige, for reminding me of the next name storm. Debbie might be on the heels of this storm, and we're talking about this one here, just by the way. I can show you that real quick. Switch back over to this one. This area behind here, this one back here has the potential maybe to possibly develop into something. It's running about 30% chance. So not overly concerned. That one's been fighting some wind shear as well as some Saharan dust. Been really bad there on that one. So I don't know if we're gonna get Debbie out of that shit yet. But Kingston right now, I'll go back over the infrared here, and I have to go back to the infrared because I don't have a clear eye. It filled in yesterday because of the wind shear, and boy, look at the center of this thing. It's so doggone close. I mean, we're talking. The center looks like it's tracking north of that line. At least looking at the infrared. It's kind of hard to tell. Visible, you can see a little bit better if you can see the circulation closed out. But it looks like it's tracking a little bit north of the line there. And a storm will wobble. It'll do this. It'll wobble northwest, wobble northwest. That's how it's a spinning top. Think of it as a spinning top. It's going to wobble, wobble, wobble. So every one of these wobbles, it brings it a little bit closer to the coast. I think Kingston may come out okay here, but boy, this alligator point does. I'm not so sure about that. And we just officially went over 1,000 views in 2 hours, which for our little channel is pretty good. That's not bad. So I want to say thank you to everybody kind of checking in and watching the channel here for today. Without your support, we couldn't do the channel, we couldn't do the broadcast. So, but the western part of the island, boy, I tell you, it's going to be a problem. The other problem that we've been having here today, unfortunately, has been with the NASA. I think their servers must be down. I keep refreshing the infrared imagery coming from the National Weather Service. It's not loading. I'm not sure why. I might have to do a manual push here. Let's see if I can load it up and try to repaste it in. So let me see if I can do this here. Bear with me for a second while I see if I can get this up, because I like to have multiple images. And unfortunately, the Radar Mega does not have an international plot on top of the data. They only do that for CONUS, which is the United States. They don't do it for international, which is something I need to let those guys know. They need to fix that, because I went into the settings. That's nothing there. Yeah, it's down. NOAA's site is down. Wow, that tells you something right there, buddy. They're down. It's not loading at all. I'm loading up everything else but that. Let's try this. I got another outlet I can try. Let's try. Let's see here. I'm going to try to see if Google Earth will load up and try it this way. Sometimes you can get around this a little bit, and I got to see if Gotta see if I can get the solid imagery here. So stand by with me for a second. No, it's not loading over here either. Oh my lord! Wow, Noah picked a bad day for their servers to go crappy. Wow. Luckily, that Radar Omega's still working. That is terrible. That is not good. Not good at all. If anybody else can take a look and see if theirs is loading up, mine's not. I'm loading up everything else but that. It might be where I'm located. It might be a different part of the country. So I'm going to try something else. Our tax dollars at work. That's a good way to put that. Let's see, view, sugar lines. Let's see here. Cloud, yeah, it's on. It should be showing it. Nope. It shows the wider view, but not the close-in view. That's terrible. Wow. Should be showing it, but it's not. Huh. All right, we'll have to fool with that later. Anyway, thanks for everybody watching the channel. Let's go back over to the live shot here. I keep going back to these. There's. All right, starting to see a little bit of that breeze. That wind's starting to pick up a little bit. I mean, for those who've not been watching, we've been kind of going back to these cameras here in Jamaica. They've got several cameras that are kind of rotating through. They're kind of rotating to different camera sites. And I would say this is probably we're starting to see a little bit of a breeze picking up there. The core of this hurricane is, boy, just to their south. I mean, within 50 miles, it's got to be. But the hurricane force winds only go 45 miles out from the center. So you can see that right here. I mean, Kingston's right there. I mean, we're talking the bay. There's Kingston here. The center of circulation is right down here. Let me see something here. That's not what I want to do. Turn it off. Looks like the center's right about there. Yeah, that's nothing. Yeah, it's very close. That is, what, 28 miles? That's 28 miles. So we should be inside the wall there. So if the center of circulation is right there, that's 28, 29 miles from Kingston, the way that's looking right there. So we should be seeing a lot worse than what we're getting. We're not seeing it, that's for sure. I just want to see how close that was. Going back here to both the cameras here. This one's gone down completely. This one's timing out completely here. It's working for you, good. I'm glad to see it's working for somebody. It's not working on my end. It could be wherever my data's coming in from. Maybe a hub's down somewhere. Possibly that could be a problem. There's that again. It's kind of lagging. It just doesn't look that bad. I'm like, hey, way to go, like Kingston. I tell you one thing, Kingston may get by okay with this, but over there on the other side of the island, I'm not so sure, because that's rotating awfully close here. At here are all three out. Now all the cameras are buffering there now. And I know it's not me, because if it was, I wouldn't be able to stream at all. If there was something wrong with my internet source, I wouldn't be able to stream. And my data's good. I'm still streaming on two different platforms, and my data's good. So it's not me. It's coming from the servers, from wherever the data's coming from. So that's what's causing these headaches right now. I feel like I've never been able. This is the first time I've done this kind of coverage where the NOAA satellite site, and I've got it on refresh, is not updating. I went to the actual browser itself, it will not come up. So we got some sort of problem there. We're about 7 minutes from the 2 o'clock advisory, guys, just to give you an update, okay? We are about 7 minutes from the latest update here from the National Hurricane Center. I suspect, this is what I'm expecting. Based off the Air Force reconnaissance, it looks like the pressure has come up a little bit. So the wind speed should come down. So last update was at 145 miles per hour. You see the data there above me there. I suspect it coming down to maybe 135, 140 on the next advisory. I'm also very interested to see what the forward motion is doing, because it looks like to me it may have slowed down a little bit more based off the satellite imagery. So we'll see what that says here in about another 5-6 minutes or so. So we'll see how it says. Yeah, yeah, well, that doesn't impact you still should be able to see the storm, man, brother. I should still be able to see the storm data come up, loading. It shouldn't impact that at all. So anyway, if you guys are new to the channel, again, I appreciate you watching. This is the Weather Nerds channel. My name is Greg, by the way. I am a former TV broadcast meteorologist, as well as retired Army veteran. I appreciate you guys checking out the channel. We've had some good success today. We're growing the channel, which is we have to fight for subscribers one subscriber at a time because we're a small platform here. And I do appreciate every subscriber. If you do consider subscribing to the channel, it helps with the algorithm more than anything else. When we're doing a live broadcast like this, you got to do a couple things. You got to get subscribers to subscribe, and you got to get people to do thumbs up, leave comments. That's what the algorithm locks on. So please consider doing that. It really does help me out, and it'll be a pleasure to have you on board here for the forecast. So anyway, so let's get back over here. I'm going to go back over to the cameras here again. Oh, I'm sorry. You were talking about the cameras. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about satellite. My bad. I see what you're saying. My bad. I misunderstood you. So this camera keeps coming back up, which is good. So, but looking at so far, Kingston's looking good, but I don't think it's going to stay that way for too much longer. Let me go ahead. I want to take a look here. I want to take a look at another radar site I could possibly look at. But this one looks like it's streaming good. Let's try this one here. Let's try this one. That one's good. I'm gonna try this one here. I'm gonna switch to another camera because this one's buffering too bad. So I'm gonna switch over to another one. It looks like it's working a little bit better. Okay, there's that. Interact. Okay, that's the other one. It might be the same one. Ah, it is. Okay, it's the same one. It's kind of weird how they're rotating these cameras around. I'm sitting there watching the chat box on some of their other stuff. So fun to watch that. So anyhow, alrighty. Somebody's putting a test into their chat thing. Hey, that's not me. Woo! So anyway, let me go take a look here. While we're doing that, let's do this. Let me see here. I might try this. Let's try this. All right, this is not my traditional one. I'm not a fan of this one, but it'll work. So let me switch over to this other. I'm going to switch over. This one appears to be working. I like the high resolution one, but I'm okay using something a little different. And we'll get this thing centered up. Give me a second here. Okay. All right, this is kind of off-centered here, but I'm going to show you that. This is kind of give an idea of what we're talking about here. So this is another infrared imagery here. I just kind of zoomed in real tight on this one. It's not the one I typically like to use. This is the GOES floater one. But at least you can see its proximity. You can see the center of proximity to the coast there to where the center of circulation is on this. This is why I'm so surprised at what we're seeing on the cameras. You look at the infrared imagery here and you're saying the core of the hurricane is over the coast, well inland, covering almost the entire island, and the center of circulation is very close to Kingston. So you would think the north side of that storm would be seeing a lot more stuff than what we're seeing on these cameras so far. So makes me wonder, are we getting a live camera view, or is this streaming from something earlier? Makes me wonder, makes me question it a little bit, because I see the data and I'm saying, now it's buffering again. Looks like some water coming in over there. It just makes me wonder if we're going to see something that we're not seeing there. Well, that's streaming, but again, is that from 2 hours ago or something? Are they having a loop? Makes me. I'm questioning the data a little bit, because I'm seeing what I'm seeing on the infrared suggests to me they should be seeing some hurricane force winds on the coast there at least, and just not seeing it. But, I mean, there's the boats. There's the stuff. Does that look bad to you guys? Not to me. Not so far. It's been a weird storm. Weird storm. Very weird so far. So, anyway. Let's go back to Radar Omega here. Let's go back out to the track again. It's lining up with what I'm seeing, so that's working pretty good. Let me look back over here. I'm checking a couple other sites here, just kind of double checking to make sure we are all right. We should have the 2 o'clock advisory. So let me take a look and see. Let's take a look and see if we got the 2 o'clock advisory here. Let's take a look. Let's refresh. Not yet. Getting close. Getting close. Not there yet. Just double checking. Yeah, so there's the car. I mean, that's a live. If that's a live feed, it looks like a live feed coming through here. I don't know if they're looping the cameras or not. You think they're looping? I think there are too. I really do, which is really weird. I would not have done that. But because I keep going back to the sites and I keep seeing. Double check in. 2 o'clock advisory. All right, got the 2 o'clock advisory in. All right, folks, we got to do a little update here. So we got our 2 o'clock advisory in. All right, so let's go ahead and update this together. All right, top sustained winds have come down to 140. All right, so that's my first update. We're down 140 millibar. You're looking at 17.3 north, so it's come up north a little bit, 17.3. And you're looking at, what's the other one? What's the 76.9 west. 76.9 west, all right? We're still holding at 18 miles per hour, west-northwest at 18 miles per hour. And that is the 2 o'clock advisory, all right? That's just come in. And let's see if that's updated here on Omega or not on the track. Let me take a look here. Looks like it has updated there, and it looks like that's holding its own. The 2 o'clock has not popped in just yet, because once it does, it'll pop in as a little hand right about there. So this will update here in just a second. You think it's the same picture from 2 hours ago? I think you might be right. That's what I'm thinking, because there's no way that that's looking like that. Not with that CDC like that. I agree with you. There's no way this is live. Although it says it's live and everything else, I do not believe any of this stuff coming out of there is live. I think this is being looped back on itself. So there's just no way that, based off what we're seeing there on those cameras, that's seeing like that. 12:47. No, but you know what? The time clock says otherwise. The time, I just looked at the time clock stamp on that right there. The time clock says that is legit, because they don't do daylight savings time there. They don't go forward. So the 12:47 is correct. The Jamaica does not do spring forward, fall back. They leave that alone. So their clock was showing 12:47 on one of the camera shots that we had there. Was showing that as 12:47. So. Man, I'm just really surprised conditions are not worse than what it is. Unless that, yeah, because this view right there, there's the view right there. That's a view. It's got a clock on it. It says 12:48 and 5 seconds. So that is showing as a legitimate thing there. That's the Flat Bridge Live. I'm moving the camera there. I don't know, guys. I really don't know if that's actually legit or not. Yeah, I've just never seen that done. I still think it's a loop. I really do. I believe it's a loop. I do not believe that's the live picture. I just don't think it is. I keep looking at the camera. I keep looking at the time. It just doesn't. It does not add up one bit. Let me see if I can find another camera there. Sometimes you can get. What they did is they took all the cameras, they got them streaming on one source. So, well, everybody's streaming Beryl right now. I'm just kind of looking to see what's going on. I'm trying to find actual webcams here. Might need to go off YouTube and see if I can find something else, because I don't think that's legit. So let's take a look here. You guys bear with me here. We're in this together here. That's 45 minutes ago. That's old. All right, let's do this. Let's do something else. Let's try this. Live. And we're just trying to see if this stuff is legit or not. That's the whole thing. We got let's see. I got Earth Cam here. Oh, there's no way. This is old. That's yesterday. There's no way that's legit. They were showing people going off the water. No way. Okay, that's an ad. I don't care. Skip the ad. Skip the ad. I'm trying to find another camera, guys. Just bear with me for a second as I'm looking to see if we got any other camera down there that we can possibly see what's going on. Because right now, I think the hurricane force winds are battering Kingston right now. Yep, that's down too. All right. Hard to say. Hard to say. Could be power outages. Could be I had some really bad stuff going through there. So, again, you got the worst of the stuff going through there right now. This is, again, the track on the storm is going to continue to move off to the west. I kind of hurt my viewership there by going off on a tangent all night. Sorry about that. People go, man, dude, get on with it, man. All right, so here's our track again. We're still looking at the Yucatan. This is the 12Z data. This is stuff that come in from this morning. All right, so we're still looking at this track. It's going to take it over into the Yucatan. All right, now we're seeing right now is the core of the worst of the winds. We've pretty much come to the agreement that these cameras are BS. I don't know. Well, if they're legit, boy, I tell you, they must be some serious praying going on in Jamaica. I'm telling you that right now. There's 5,500 people watching those live cameras like that bridge there, and it just doesn't look that bad. Looks really good so far. That's that camera right there. Yeah, and people I'm looking on the chat over here, they're saying the same thing. They're not believing what they're seeing with these cameras. This stuff should look a whole lot worse than that. So we think we got a problem there, Houston. Let me check the latest Air Force recon. I'm going to go ahead and check the recon real quick. Let's stand by and take a look at that. Let me see what the Air Force recon is showing out here. Let's see. Okay, they got a new crew just getting out there right now. So we still got a little. Yeah, this is mission number 15, still waiting to go out. So we're waiting for one more mission. Hey, if you guys are kind of new coming through the channel right now, please do me a favor. If you could please give me a thumbs up. Helps the YouTube algorithm out there as we continue to track this storm here, as we're giving this live coverage right now. We suspect the cameras in Jamaica are now down to their looping old data because based off what we're seeing out there, it doesn't seem to be lining up based off what as close as that center of circulation is. For there right now. Let me double check something else. I got one thing I can look at. I want to look at the. I want to see if the. That was as of 12. The hourlies are showing nothing. They're showing 6 mile per hour winds, 100. That was as of 12. Remember, they don't have daylight saving time there. No, wind 76, still looking. The data from the gauges say that the camera stuff should be right. It doesn't look dated. This looks correct. Wow, that's amazing. That's really something to see. That this stuff could be legit. See the water coming up though. See the rain. It's just so hard to tell because you're looking at the center of circulation of what's left of it is now passing south of Kingston. That's the worst of it. Boy, I tell you one thing: if they dodged the bullet. If that data is legit, Kingston they did some voodoo dancing or something, man, because they really dodged the bullet. If this is legit, if that is in fact legit, because this is the core of the hurricane, folks. This is the core. The wind's going about 45 miles from the center of circulation, which appears to be right about in here. It looks like it's passing Kingston by, and the conditions on the cameras don't reflect what I'm seeing on the satellite pictures. Yeah. Is that what you're saying? They're saying that they're complaining about it looping. Yeah, I think you're right. I agree with that. I think they're looping it. I think they're looping it for sure. That does not appear to be live data there because it does not match up with what we're seeing with that infrared imagery. They're getting pounded right now, and it'll be interesting to see how badly they're getting pounded once this thing goes by. The center of circulation to me, this is the 2 o'clock advisory. They're putting it right there, and that looks like it's about right. That looks right. 140. So that's the 2 o'clock advisory. Wind gust to 175. All right. So this is the center. Let's do this. Okay. Let's do this out. We're talking. Kingston right now is okay. All right. There's the center of circulation. I just did the measure out on that. That's 49 miles away. 49 miles. Remember what the thing says. That the hurricane force winds only went 45 miles out from the center. Regardless of that, they should still at least be getting tropical storm force winds because those go out 180 miles from the center. So we should still be seeing winds, some gusty winds, say between 40 and 75 miles per hour. We should be seeing that. We're not seeing that at all. So they may not be getting hurricane force winds, but they darn sure should be seeing some tropical storm force winds, and we're not seeing that at all on any of the imagery of these live shots coming out of there. Now, when this storm gets closer, let me turn this off. When the storm gets closer to Alligator Point over here, the distance between here is only 28 miles between there and there. So that's well within inside the core limit there for the hurricane force winds. So the hurricane force winds are probably going to hit Alligator Point. Kingston may have dodged a bullet with the hurricane force winds, but that's still not going to negate the storm surge that's going to get thrown into that way, as well as some of the winds. You can't get around, can't deny physics, folks. And I do suspect that those cameras are BS. They are looping BS. And I keep trying to find another camera, and I haven't been able to find one. I was looking outside of the YouTube, or maybe one of the the resorts down there would have something, but they're not showing it. If anybody's out there watching, and if you are looking for a camera, if you see a camera that is not part of the looping loop, that's maybe a resort, if you do, put it in the chat for us and share it with your friends out there. If you do come across one, go ahead and put that in the chat. All right, I'm going to continue to look too as well, but there's just no way that's not a factor right now. There's just no way, because I mean the core of this thing is right on the coast. This is just updating. I mean, it's getting there, right there toward that tongue area, and very, very close. But the CDO is sitting right over that right now. So, I gotta fix that when I forgot to update the time. My bad. I just realized I didn't update the time. 2 p.m. There we go. Sorry about that. So I got the data there above there. You can see that above the head there. That's the 2 o'clock advisory right there. Again, thank you for everybody checking out our coverage here. Kind of working out the bugs and kinks as we get ready for this upcoming hurricane season, which I promise you folks is going to be an historic one. So if you want to be kept up on the latest and greatest stuff that's going to be going on for this hurricane season, if you've not yet subscribed to the channel, please consider just that subscribe button. You're going to be automatically enrolled to win a No Weather Radio. That's number one when we get to 5,000. And then number two, you get those YouTube Shorts updates. I do 2 of those a day during the hurricane season. 45 seconds. It'll keep you up to date. If you'd like to have that for your YouTube feed, please just hit that subscribe button. It'll help us out. The other thing it does is when you're playing the game with the YouTube algorithm, you need thumbs up, you need subscribers while you're doing a live broadcast, so it'll pop up on other people's feeds. That's how the game is played when you're a small YouTuber. Now, eventually, when we get to be a bigger YouTuber, we won't have to do that. But for right now, got to do what you got to do. So we're thinking these cameras are BS. We really do, unfortunately. But I keep looking. The only thing that's making me question that a little bit is I keep looking at the dang sticks. But the power's down. Who's to say? So I keep looking at the sticks down here. Weather for Kingston, time, date. Let's see. Winds coming out of the north at 9. That's not bad. That's the hourlies. Yeah, the worst of the winds may stay away from the Kingston, which is really good. But further down the coast, I'm not so sure about that. I think the western part of the island is going to see the worst of it. So we'll see how that works. Thank you for sharing there, Mark. Appreciate it. All right, let's take a look here. I appreciate everybody checking out our channel. It's been a fun afternoon, kind of checking everything here. That is for sure. It's been very interesting to see. Even the Associated Press is still, they're even using that same camera. Well, that's old. That's friggin' 8 o'clock this morning. Yeah, that's definitely old. I'm seeing if there's any other cameras there. No, that's cool. That's not Jamaica. Nope. Nope. Let's see, weather bug. I'm looking at weather bug 2. Let's see what. Nope, ain't got nothing there either. Oh darn! I really like this guy. And thanks for that new subscriber who just came in there. Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming on board here. I do appreciate it. I appreciate every new subscriber we made to the channel today. It really does help with the growth of the channel. It makes it easier so when we do these live broadcasts, we can reach a better audience in a better manner. And again, it's just it's something that you got to do when you want to be a YouTuber and you want to do live events. You need a little help from the viewers. Viewers got to help. They do that by subscribing. They do that by doing the thumbs up and watching what's going on. I keep double checking these cameras just to double check and make sure, because the current conditions that I'm seeing being reported kind of go along with what we're seeing out there. Okay, this one's got a clock on it, and typically when you get a clock embedded with a live feed like that, they don't. If it's looping, the time clock will reflect that, and it's not. So the top winds I'm seeing out there, according to the thing, out of Kingston is 9-10 miles per hour, and that kind of reflects what we're seeing out there. At least the hourlies are showing that. We only question it because of what we're seeing here. I'm sorry, let me get off that one. That was my. Let's go to this one. Sorry, the YouTube effect there is just a reminder of me to tease the product. That's what I put that in there for. So is that the central dense overcast of the center of the storm is inundating a lot of the island right now. And you can see that so well on the infrared imagery here. I mean, see, do I have a whiteboard here? I probably don't. Let me do this real quick. Take this out. I'm going to add my little whiteboard back in here. Thank you. And transition. So, I mean, look how much of the island is covered here with the CDO. When I say the CDO, that's the central dense overcast. That is this whole thing right in here. That center of circulation is sitting right there. And it's just, I mean, I understand it's a tight net storm, but man, we should be seeing a lot higher winds than what's being reported. So I definitely question the data. I question whether that's legit or not, because it does not reflect what we're seeing on the big screen there. Whoops, let me get off that. Back over this. Sorry, it's one of my developing channels there. So again, I appreciate everybody coming on board today. Again, what are we up on the thumbs up? I haven't looked at that in a while. Been a hot minute. Let me check and see. Is the live streaming there? Is that still streaming? No, it's not. It's not updating. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Again, I'm using the Streamlabs function to do stuff on here, which I like because it does allow me to do the interaction with you guys better. But it does mess up my data when I go to the actual website itself. I probably have to use the database on the Streamlabs itself, but unfortunately, I have not played with it enough to learn how to do that just yet. I will learn in time, but yeah, you know, it's just one of those things. You just kind of learn how as you go along. But Streamlabs, I think once I learn all the bells and whistles with it, it'll make it a whole lot easier. But, okay, no, that did update. We're up to 48. That did finally update over here. 48 likes right now, so that's good. So every time you guys hit that like, it helps the algorithm out. So please, before you leave, if you're just kind of passing through, please leave a thumbs up there and consider subscribing to the channel. Those things kind of allow us to watch. I think the most people we've had watching here so far is finally updated. God, I don't know why it was being held back. 42, and we're kind of been averaging about 20 and 30 viewers. But again, it requires engagement from you guys to kind of keep this live broadcast going. We've been going now for about 2.5 hours. on the broadcast so far. As we continue to watch what's going on, I keep going back to these live shots just to kind of see if they change at all. And I just don't believe it. I just really don't believe what I'm seeing. It's just amazing to me. So let's go back here to Radar Omega here. Again, what I want to update, they finally got the path updated on this thing. So let's go ahead and talk about this path update. We're still looking at Cat 4 again. So we're talking about winds to 140, gusting to 175. We're just off the coast there. It is forecast to weaken coming down this next plot as it gets to those islands here out ahead of it, down to 130. And then we're back down to 115 as we're kind of approaching the Yucatan Peninsula. And then we get down to 105, so we're back down to Cat 2 as we're approaching the Yucatan, okay? Then it's going to obviously weaken as it gets over land. It loses that source there. So that gets on through there. Oh, you were asking about my crawl? I made that. Hasn't updated. That is a manual crawl. I just make that, and I cut and paste and put it in there. So that's a manual one, but we're going to hope to get a automated one soon. I got somebody helping to work on that real soon. The gentleman who helped me out with my severe weather crawl for severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, he's working on one that'll include the Hurricane Center stuff. So we're hopefully get that to you guys here pretty soon. So notice here again as we go over, as it emerges on the other side, it comes out as a tropical storm, and then it strengthens back to a Category 1 as it's coming into the area here and to the Bay of Campeche in Texas. Now the question is, like the Hurricane Center takes us into Mexico. There's some other indications where it could make a turn to the north. If it makes that turn to the north, it could parallel the Texas coast. And if it does start turning earlier, obviously it's over water, and these waters are very warm out here. It could mean it could strengthen a little bit better, as some of the other models were showing out there long term. Okay, so the intensity forecast, that's why it's kind of all over the place here, you see the intensity forecast here, and it's kind of all over the place here a little bit. And the reason for this is depending on what it does when it's over that water board, okay? And that's what we're going to have to watch going into this upcoming weekend. You see some of the things, it strengthens it and then it kind of flattens it out, kind of comes this way. Then it kind of comes down and this kind of weakens this way. So which way is it going to go? Is it going to hold, sustain, weaken a little bit, come back up to a Cat 2, or is it going to weaken out and come on down? That's what we got to watch there. That's what's critical here for this upcoming weekend. Thanks to that new subscriber, by the way. I appreciate you coming on board. So let me go and clear this out. 3814. Woo! One subscriber at a time. Yeah, so we're really suspicious. We're suspicious that the data coming out of Jamaica is not legit with the cameras, and we think that's looping in some form or fashion, because everything we're seeing with the satellite imagery here tells me that we should be dealing with a very potent system with the core of the hurricane. Very close to Kingston, the CDC, the Central Overcast here across the island, which I'm sorry you can't see because the Radar Omega, unfortunately, does not do the international plot on that. Let me see if this is working again. They were not working a minute ago when I was looking here. Let me see. I do not. All right, this appears.
See your wallet.
Yes. You ordering some food?
No,
Oh.
I am ordering vitamins.
Okay. Use the.
Brand account?
No.
Hand me that one.
Use this one. Sorry. Gotta help the wife. My apologies. Use that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. My wife's off for the 4th of July this week. How many folks were off for the 4th this week? Anybody off for the 4th this week? It's been pretty busy. All right, got this thing working again. I'm gonna switch back over to this site here. Let me go back over here. Looks like they fixed whatever the hell the problem they were having. Thank you. God bless. I hate that. I don't know why it wasn't working. That was driving me bats. I kept going back to the NOAA site, and the NOAA site was not working. It was causing some problems. There we go. Now we're talking. There we go. All right. So, ooh, did I do that as an image? Oops, my bad. My bad. Let me fix this. Let me fix this. All right, my bad. I'm fixing my. I took it as an image and not as a loop. My bad. All right. So here we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. There we go. Now you can see the island area. You can see the core of the hurricane really coming into the bottom part of the island there. It is really getting in there now. Very, very powerful system coming in there, and the core of the hurricane is over Jamaica. So we're not getting a realistic view from the cameras. If you're out there looking on a different YouTube and you're looking at Jamaica, I think those cameras are not legit. I think we pretty much have said that right there. So because this is the core of the hurricane is going over it. Regardless of the fact that the winds only go about 45 miles from the center, that still doesn't explain why we're not seeing the higher wind gusts in that area. So I question the data, because there is no way that is that. You're just not seeing that. There's just no way. I think that's looping data that's back on itself. And unfortunately, when they do get the live show, I would be very suspect that we see these. If they're getting hurricane force winds, all those boats in there are all throwing the crap like Tonka toys all over the place. Absolutely. Kind of trying to see here if there's been anything else that has come up here. So while we're doing that, oh boy, all these people are complaining. They're all complaining that those cameras are. I'm sitting there watching these guys. They're going, yeah, this stuff's all crazy out there, man. Absolutely. Just really, really bad. This is a very powerful system that's kind of moving through here right now. And someone subscriber decided to go bye-bye. Oh well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's take well, that water temperature. I just noticed that water temperature come up though, come up a little bit. 85.1. Oops, let me get this call real quick. This is an important call. Stand by, guys. All right, sorry about that. That was VA. I was supposed to be in a group today, and I didn't. We have a little discussion group, and I wasn't part of that today because I wanted to do this. This was more important to me. So, again, I appreciate you guys checking out the coverage today. It's been a lot of fun watching this afternoon. The only thing that's been a little bit disappointing was the cameras. We just were not getting the camera views that we thought we were going to see from these sites. They just have not been reflective of what we're seeing. I saw the Reuters feed earlier, and it looked like they were just cycling the same cameras. They looked like they were doing the same cameras here. The Daily Mail is showing the same cameras. Associated Press is showing the same cameras. They're just piggybacking the same cameras and streaming them on their stuff like everybody else. So, yeah, it's 45 miles south of Kingston is where this thing is currently sitting right now. So. I'm just double checking all these cameras right now. Not seeing anything in there that shows what we're getting in there right now. And yeah, just double checking these cameras. So yeah, I really do question whether these cameras are legit. So let me take a look here, and let's go back to Radar Omega here again as we're kind of watching this coming through here. Let's see here. I see the recordings. Yeah, I don't see it on not on YouTube, not there. Hey, if you see the link, put it down. Link in the description. I'll grab it. If you put it down in the link, I'll take a look at it. So let's talk about the forecast track on the storm again. Let me go to my interact mode. I'm gonna see. I think we probably are at the point now where we should start seeing the new data coming here too. It's now 2 o'clock. So let me look here real quick. I think we're getting close. No, let me see here. Let me refresh this real quick. I want to see if we're getting the updated data for the European model. I want to see the European model. I want to check and see how this thing is gonna is it made any kind of significant changes in 12Z. Okay, 12Z run's just now coming in. All right, so this is the European 12Z. So this is the latest model. All right, so here we go. We got it coming in there. Here we go. All right, so this thing, again, we're continuing the track in toward the Yucatan. That stays on par with what we saw with the National Hurricane Center. All right, so this kind of moves into the Yucatan and into Jamaica, and then kind of makes in right near Brownsville. So it's a little bit further north than the last one, but it does make a landfall coming in there near South Texas, coming in down to the Brownsville area, and that is going into Sunday night and into Monday morning. So we'll see if this holds true. Now the European models have been trending a little bit further north. They've been trending a little bit further north on every run here. And one has to be watched closely is once it reemerges out here in the Bay of Campeche, what is it going to do when it goes further north? So I'm going to want to watch that and see if that changes much. We'll see tomorrow morning to run and see if that changes. Because that track, if it shifts further north, could be bigger trouble for the Texas Gulf Coast that we have to watch very religiously to see if we get that. If you're coming in and checking out the channel here, please do me a favor. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Help us out here as we continue to watch this very dangerous situation here with the storm. Again, that same model I just showed you, this is kind of an ensemble with that. Notice it's making that turn to the right there at the end of the run. Does it go inland to Mexico or does it parallel the Texas coast and go up a little bit further? That's what's going to be watched very closely here as we go into this upcoming weekend. Friday, it should be talking across the Yucatan, and then if it comes to the Texas Gulf Coast, we're looking at Sunday night, Monday morning, appears to be the time frame on that as we go into this upcoming weekend. So the good news is from the last bit of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft that's been out there, the pressure's kind of come up a little bit, coming around 959, 960 millibars, so that's come up some. So that the storm has weakened a little bit, but it's been very slow to do so. It did get as high as 165. It was a Cat 5, the earliest Cat 5 that we've had on record here in the month of July. It was like 13, 14 days earlier than normal than what we've seen. So again, we're watching this thing kind of come on through here. Let me see here on this interact here. Let's see here. That doesn't load legit. I was just checking out something here. No, that was not working. I keep checking my quad cams to see if any of these things are coming back up. So I keep checking my quads here. The Crossroads one's been down all morning. These other ones, you see, they're all buffering right now. So we don't know what's legit or not. So everything from those cameras we just suspect are not legit because it does not hold water with what we're seeing on the other stuff. Let's check out something here. I'm gonna check out one thing. So I'm checking out my Twitter feed here, just double checking to see if there's been anything new here to update here on Beryl as far as, yeah, Beryl obviously is trending. That's the big trend right now. So, double checking the data. It doesn't seem to show anything in there. So it looks like we're looking pretty good so far. It's just a question what happens when we get this thing out into the Gulf of Mexico. How much of a regeneration are we going to get with this storm system as it moves out into the Gulf? That's going to be the big monster that's going to push this thing through. I want to take a look at the 12s. I want to go over here and take a look at the 12Z GFS real quick. I want to look and see what that's doing with the system. So hold on one second. No thanks, I don't need that. I want to double check this. So stand by with me for a second. I want to take a look and see what this is showing over here. So the GFS, it's the same, almost identical to the European. It's taking it right into Texas, and then the other system that's watching that could become Debbie. It comes in. It looks like it forms next week in the Bay of Campeche. So that system that's behind this one may become Debbie and move into Mexico next week. But almost the same area. And, you know, if Debbie does that, that's going to be 4 storms that all have gone into the same area. Same area. We're talking right there into the areas over here in Mexico. We're talking, this area here has been hit by multiple systems. We had Alberto hitting here. We've had Cindy hitting here. Now you're talking about Beryl hitting in here, and then possibly Debbie also hitting in the same area in Mexico. Man, I tell you, they must not be under a lucky star there. I tell you that. That is terrible. But it's this system back here. This is the one we'll watch to see if that one becomes Debbie or not. All right, let me go back over here. Double checking my recon. Reload. Oh, that's legit. That's the correct one. That's the latest one. Yep. Just double checking. I was just double checking, make sure that recon report that I just showed you was still the latest and greatest. And it is. That is the last one that was updated. That's good. Yeah, I don't trust that video at all. Boom, boom, somebody out there with a little motorbike going. Wish they'd go away, motorbike. I don't want your microphone picking that up. All right, yep, we've pretty much lost our audience now. I kind of figured that was going to happen. We lost our audience. No, it's not the audience. It's just that the camera views coming out of Jamaica don't appear to be legit based off what we're seeing. So I can't show a whole lot out there, and I lost my audience. So, which kind of stinks. Here's our infrared imagery. Make sure this is. Well, I don't know who's out there with that little motorbike, but I'm gonna come out there and shoot him. I know, I hate that little kid. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say it out loud. Neighbor's kid. I'm kidding. So here's the worst of this star coming in. All right, I think this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and stay on here for another, I want to see if I get anything new in here for another, let's go for another 37 minutes. And I need to take a little break. I need to recharge my batteries. So what I might do here is I'm going to go another 37 minutes, and I'll take a bit of a lunch break. I'm going to shut the feed down, and then I'll come back up. And then that might be a way to kind of help bring the audience back. We've kind of lost everybody, which goes back to engagements. That's why I said you always got to keep doing that engagement stuff. So I was kind of doing other stuff to try to troubleshoot and look for some other stuff, and couldn't do it, unfortunately. So... but that's okay. So we're gonna, those of you that are still watching, we're gonna stay on here. We're gonna stay on here for till 3 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. Then I'm gonna take a bit of a break. I'm gonna go get me something to eat and recharge, and then I'll come back up. I'm not shutting down right now. Just telling you what I'm planning, what I'm thinking about doing. So I'm really disappointed in these live cams. I'm really disappointed that they. Now I'll be honest. I hope it's true. I hope that this is exactly what Jamaica got. That this is the worst they got. They got a little wind, and that this is legit. I hope that this is legit. My gut tells me it's not, but I could be wrong, and I'll be very grateful if they don't get anything there, because obviously you don't want to see that. But the problem is, like I said, with this storm continuing to wobble northward a little bit. I think Alligator Point here. I think this area here along the coast. I don't think it's a very populated area, that area of the coast is definitely going to get hit pretty badly. But if Kingston can dodge a bullet here, if they dodged the bullet and they didn't get the worst of it, then great, because that'll mean that they'll have the resources to move to the other side of the island and be able to help the folks over there, because it's the western part of the island is probably going to get hit worse than the eastern portion, the way it's looking currently. That is definitely a thing, yeah. There's a infrared here. Boy, I just don't get it. Don't see that very often at all. Coming up on 4 hours. And we'll go down on that. Ooh, you know what? I'll tell you what. I'm still waiting for the storm. Where is it? I'm not feeling or seeing anything. Where are you at? Are you watching from Jamaica? Where are you watching? Where are you watching the storm? As relation to, do you see the island there in front of you there? Where are you watching from? Are you up on the north side? Are you down the south side? Are you in Kingston itself? Help me out with the geography there. Where are you watching? You help me out there so I can see. I'm pulling up the geography for that area. Okay, I've got Jamaica up. I can kind of see everything here. So, Alligator Point, Portland Cottage, that area there, that's a little island that's kind of sticking out there. I'm in Mandeville, Manchester. Is that on the island? I'm not sure where that. And Montego Bay's up to the north. Yeah, the north part of the island's looking all right. Just kind of looking here. Yeah, the airport's down on the water too. You'd think that airport would be picking up a lot of stuff. Harbor View, Mandeville. Mandeville, Jamaica. Where are you at? Okay, so you're over here. I see where you're at. Okay, I got you. Yeah, you're still farther away. You may not be seeing anything. I see where you're at. I found you. All right, so for you folks out there at home, let me go back over here. Let me show you where this guy is talking from here. So hold on one second. So he is sitting, he's sitting right about there. That's where Cheyenne Face is looking. So you're far enough away. The CDO's just now getting over you. So you still got a couple more hours, I think, before you try to see anything. So, right now I suspect where you're at, it's probably not that bad. You're also away from the coast, which is a big plus. So you're inland. That does help you out a little bit. But I see where you're at. Because you're good. How many miles are you from Kingston? You're about what, 60 miles to the west? Just beside Ballin that a little bit. Looks like you're about 60 miles. This is one of our guys watching, guys, so you know who I'm talking to. So we got a live person there in Jamaica who's kind of giving us, they're saying they're not seeing a whole lot. Again, this storm is a compact storm. It's very, very tight. The further inland, the further north you are, the less likely you're going to. The north coast probably won't see much out of this. Look at some wind, look at some rain. I got you, Mark. I got you, brother. Yeah, so it's really the south coast that's going to be the big thing here. So we're talking Hillshire, Liontown, Portland Cottage, over toward Alligator Pond, Treasure Beach. These beaches and stuff on the south side of the island are going to be the ones that are going to be impacted the most as this is moving through. All right, so that's what we're seeing right now with that. And I really got to get, I will get that other dock in there. I think that'll help, especially with the Twitter dumb and everything that comes in there for those who are reporting on the storm. I can get that, the trending stuff on there. I was looking at my Twitter here too, to kind of see what the latest and greatest on Beryl was showing. There's a lot of stuff out there. I mean, the seas out in the Dominican Republic have been really through the roof here, very high. So we're going to watch this thing. Come on, we'll see what exactly that's coming out of these cameras. Again, I just keep going back to these cameras. And you see, nothing, because I just don't believe. My eyes and my stuff, I just don't believe what we're saying there. I really don't. Although if there's the live shot there over. Where's the camera view? Oops, I'm sorry. Let me get over here. There's just no way. There's just no way. I just don't believe those cameras one bit. I just don't. I absolutely don't. Let's go. Let's check out the. Look at that! Wow. I mean, look at the core of this thing. Oh, look at a big blow up of thunderstorms on the south side. Look at that. Boom. Now that's got to be watched closely. This is important, folks. I want to point this out. See this explosion of storms on the south side of the eye? That could lead to an indication of potential trying to intensify, or at least hold its own. When you see a blow up of thunderstorms like that near the center of circulation, that could be reorganization. I've seen storms like these before where they kind of fight off the wind shear above it. So we're going to have to watch this closely on this to see if that explosion means a reorganization of the CDO, okay? To see if that's happening. So these camera views are not reflecting what I'm seeing here. It's dark, it's a little breezy, you see the wind out there over the waters, but again, not that bad. I'm not exactly sure what this inlet is. It may be protected from the higher seas out above it, but we should still be seeing higher winds than what the cameras are showing. Now, we'll say this much. This camera view here, as far as the wind blowing over the water, of course it changes it right when I was talking about it. It looks like that is picking up a little bit. But I want to watch this very closely on this image. This is going to update. So let me loop this thing back a little further. Let's go back 30 frames here. Let's watch this closely. So it's kind of holding on, and look at explosion. The last few images. That's a 30 frame loop. Okay, so it's kind of holding on, and boom. All right, so that is something I will watch closely to see if we're getting any kind of reorganization of the storm, to see if that is going to mean some intensification. Because if it is, I'm not saying it's going to happen, because the forecast right now, official forecast is for it to weaken. But if a reorganization is taking place, if the eye is trying to reestablish itself with the explosion of new thunderstorms, and when new thunderstorms are going off like that, that usually means the pressure could either hold its own or start falling again. When you get new thunderstorms that blow up around the center of circulation. Okay, so it's going to be, see if this is just a split thing, or is this going to continue to mount. So that's something you have to watch over the next hour or so to see, in fact, that's in fact occurring. Are we getting a re-intensification of the thunderstorms around the center of circulation? So very important on this right now. I never did check that. I wonder. I don't think they're part of the same network. Let's see here. Definitely got. I mean, one thing that may be causing this, it may be moving over a warm pocket, a warm eddy around the island there. Okay, so this is the water temperatures out there right now, and so you've got some very warm water temperatures out here. And I kind of show again. So you're looking around the island of Jamaica. That's back in here. So you got the island of Jamaica right through there. So the water temperatures around there are sitting around 85 degrees or so. So they're pretty warm. If coming across maybe a pocket that may be a little bit warmer or something, that can also help with that. I've seen it happen when it's gone over, storms have gone over the Gulf Stream, for example. I've seen that happen before. That's what you call a nowcast type thing. So if you guys are checking out the coverage, I appreciate you guys checking out the channel. If you could please do me a favor, please subscribe to the channel if you can. It helps with the YouTube algorithm as we kind of try to spread this information out to as many folks as possible. If you give me a thumbs up, I do appreciate that as well, as that also helps with the algorithm. Until we get up to a sufficient number of subscribers, we have to do that on a regular basis. So again, I appreciate you guys helping to grow the channel as we kind of watch what's going to happen with the storm. So far, Jamaica is should be getting pounded pretty good. We have pretty much determined we don't know if the cameras that are down Kingston are legitimate or not, because the data that they're showing do not line up with what we're seeing on the satellite imagery at this time. It's just not showing that. And I keep going back and forth and checking on stuff just to kind of check and see here if it means that the clocks line up. Their clocks are saying, yep, this is what we're getting in Jamaica. It's not that bad so far. But I just have my suspicions on whether it's legit or not. So let's see here. So I keep trying to take a look here. Bacon. Webcams. Live stream events. Yeah, live stream events is doing it. So I'm double checking everything just to make sure that we're legit here. Kingston City. Yeah, it looks like the worst of the storm is staying. This is legit. That's another clock. It looks legit here. I mean, I'm just going on what I'm seeing. So I just got another camera here. I'm just going to put this one in here, and you can see the seas are coming up a little bit here. Let me show you this camera here. Here's the other camera. So seeing the water starting to go. That's probably the worst I've seen the water so far. Camera times line up with the actual air time there. So the main capital may have dodged a bullet on this, but those south-facing coastline, those along the coast, will be having some serious problems. But you can see the camera there starting to shake. The winds are coming up here, so this looks legit here. See, you can see the little surf coming in there, so we're starting to see some of the rougher sea conditions. That's the worst I've seen it so far through there. So the winds. This is probably in the flat bridge line. That must be somewhere inland somewhere, away from the waters. But we're seeing some of the wind starting to increase through there a little bit. Going back over to this other camera here. So I keep kind of going back between the two. But that water sign that we were seeing, that was definitely by far the gustiest winds we've seen so far. As you can see the winds there coming through. The marina is pretty well protected. I'm guessing it's an inland thing, but there's the legit over the bay, and you can see the winds and the seas kind of picking up there a little bit. They should also start seeing that because the center of circulation is passing to the south, regardless of whether they get a lot of wind, they're still going to see some storm surge. There's going to be some water that's going to pile up in there and cause some problems. So again, you're kind of seeing that right now, but Kingston itself is holding on pretty good. This is downtown area. That clock time is lining up pretty good. They're holding on pretty well there right now in that area. So the size of the storm is definitely paying dividends for Jamaica. So going back over here, radar on Mega real quick again as we're watching these thunderstorms, and I keep watching it. Where's my time cue here? 1, 2, 30. It's 9 minute old. So this is a 9 minute old image here. And watching to see if this cluster of storms that's blowing up here is an indication of a reorganization taking place. Are we going to? Is this going to continue? Is this just a momentary pulse, or is it going to be something that could allow the storm to strengthen? because what's been happening again, you see this plume of this coming. There's some upper level winds blowing over the top of this. You see the plumes of storm being shut out that far out. That's some high upper level winds causing the problems there. Let's see what the camera out in front of us is doing here. Still 85 degrees. Still holding as a Cat 4, but the dead center circulation right to the center there. So, because the center circulation is just past dead south of Kingston, and they're not getting a whole lot there, but the stuff along the bay there will definitely need to be watched, as the worst of the storm appears to be passing by. So I think Kingston may have dodged the bullet here. Really do. They may have dodged the bullet. See, you got the camera there, kind of going through its little fit there. Hate that. So here's our two systems. This one's kind of caught up with Beryl pretty well. Hey, if you guys are new to the channel, please consider subscribing. I do appreciate you kind of helping us out here on the Weather Nerds channel. Help grow the channel, man, one subscriber at a time. If you're just kind of passing through, please give me a subscriber, hit the notification bell, and hit the thumbs up. Helps with the algorithm as we're doing this live coverage here. So the more you guys do that, the better it is for the channel. Okay, so I do appreciate you guys' help. One subscriber at a time. As we're kind of watching this hurricane going by Jamaica, but so far the totality of the cameras have been showing not a whole lot of activity there. It looks like everything stayed offshore. The hurricane force winds only go by about 45 miles from the center of circulation, which is exactly the distance it is from Kingston to where the center of circulation was as of the 2 o'clock advisory. So 2 o'clock advisory information sitting right there at 17.3 north and 76.9 west. Continuing to move to the west-northwest at some 18 miles per hour. That is a little bit slower than it was earlier. We were seeing speeds up to about 22 miles per hour when it was at its fastest. The next day or so looks pretty legit. We know we're going to get a landfall over there. We're going to be seeing that coming over toward the Yucatan as we head toward Friday. Then the question marks will begin going once it reemerges out in the Gulf, if we're going to get the turn or not. But so far for Jamaica, it has not been too bad so far. I keep going out on Twitter to see if there's been any reports of any kind of serious damage or not. That little dot you see on there is where we've got somebody who is actually on the air saying it's not looking too bad there so far. That's been a good thing. Let me leave my refresh mode up here. I want to keep this up so I know it's getting a legitimate update here. And even on the infrared, even on the visible, I'm starting to see the CDO starting to expand out as it's starting to reorganize a little bit. So what that means is, I don't think it means that we're going to see any kind of intensification right now, but it does mean I think the storm is going to kind of hold its own. Top winds are 140, wind gusts to 175. I think it's going to continue to hold its own, with the bulk of the stuff still pretty much offshore, from the south coast of Jamaica. Now, as the center goes by, now, I do want to point out this point, is when the center goes by, you got to remember one thing, all right? Right now, the winds are blowing in from the north across the island, all right? When the eye goes by, it's going to be coming in from the south because you get that center of circulation, right? So you got the center of circulation going like around right there. So as it goes by, the south-facing coast on the backside of the storm is going to get hit pretty hard. All right, that's when the real heavy stuff's going to start coming in there. So coastal erosion, some sea flooding, that's going to be a problem right through the south coast through there. Let's see, is that updated? That's 1240. Yep, it's still showing. Yeah, it's still blowing up. Still definitely blowing up. Coming through there. So again, I'm going to go until about 3 o'clock. I'm going to come down at 3 in about 15 minutes. I'm going to take a little break. and then I'm gonna take it down, and then I'll bring it back up once I get myself fed. I need a little food in me. I'm a little hungry, and take a little break, and then I'll come back and we'll take a look and see. And then while I'm at it, I'll take a look at some Jamaican stuff. I'll take a look at some feeds just to see if what we're seeing on the cameras is legit or not. So I got my suspicions of whether it's legit or not. That's just the big thing. So some of the cameras look legit. It's rotating cycle through some of the cameras, but some of the cameras have their views on there. So I mean, you're not seeing. I mean, it's a little breezy, a little rainy. It just doesn't look that bad over Kingston right now. This is Kingston City, right through there, and you kind of see conditions. They're not out of power. So the cameras are still legit, and the time code is lining up as the proper time. So, because they don't do daylight savings time there, just so you folks know, if you guys go out there and watch and you say, hey, it looks like it's an hour behind, it's not. It's not. They don't do daylight saving time there, so they're an hour behind the Eastern Daylight Time Zone. They're actually the same as the Central Daylight Time. Oh, there's the cars driving around there. Oh, what's that a fire truck? Looks like a fire truck. I think he was turning around there for a second. Because he just backed off there. All right, I'll keep that on there. Let's go back over here. Let me check I want to check the water vapor real quick again. This is the water vapor imagery. And do you see the path? This is the previous path. That purple. This is the current. This is the last plotted location right there. So even the water vapor showing the blow up the storms on the south side. So the one thing I was looking to make sure that we didn't get a dry air intrusion to kind of come through here. We're not seeing a whole lot in there. There's a lot of Sahara and dust out here though. Boy, it's out ahead of this next system. This is all probably Saharan dust in here. It's a fairly dry weather across the central portion of the Gulf of Mexico right now. There's our visible imagery there. Yeah, still showing that blow up right through there. Ooh. Man, what was my start here today? Yeah, I'll have to make sure I do my short. I will do my short tonight. I will do one at 5 o'clock. Oh, that's a nasty looking. It's just a heavy rains, but winds don't look that bad. Like you're seeing that, really bad go through there. So I think my wife's wanting to take some stuff to Goodwill today, and she's kind of giving me the evil eye. So I will. She wants to get that done, so I'll take a break, get something to eat, and do that little trip for her, and then I'll come back on. Say the least. I really thought at this point in the coverage, I really suspected, or at least I thought we would get more stuff showing up on these cameras, and they just have not come to fruition, unfortunately. Let's look at is this updated? Ooh, let me clear that out. Let me go. I gotta clear this out real quick. My bad. Let me do this real quick. There we go. Had to clear it out there real quick. Kind of see. Yeah, that's legit. Let me see one more thing. I want to double check here, and it's so funny watching the feeds kind of get caught up on each other. All right, let's go back over here. All right, let's see here. Double checking the latest from the hurricane hunters. Nothing's changed there. That looks legit. All right, that's good. And let's double check the ensembles. What's interesting, looking at the spaghetti plots, is both the European and the GFSS ensembles pretty much mimic each other. They're in very good agreement. And the reason why, it's just a question of where that big high pressure ridge breakdown is, where the turn is going to take place. We know we're going to get a turn to the north. It's just a question of when are we going to get it. Because I'm looking at two different models, and they're both showing that turn where the ridge is coming into the southeast and it coming up toward Texas. If it moves just tens of a few hundred miles, and we're talking mesoscale type level stuff here, that's got huge implications on the storm, because if it turns earlier, it's over water longer, it can redevelop it. It can have redevelopment more. If it doesn't turn and goes into Mexico, obviously it's going to be weaker. So a lot of unknowns on this question. So guys, please continue to watch those updates. The YouTube shorts that I'm doing, those will be your updates. You guys can get that anytime, morning, afternoon. Get your update and keep it. Because the next couple of days we're going to have to watch this really religiously. Because I don't want to declare anybody out of the woods yet as far as the Texas Gulf Coast is concerned. Definitely going to make a big difference there. Because even though the GFS model here, or the European model showing a landfall there right near Brownsville, Texas, it could potentially be further up the coastline. It really could be. It could be further up the coastline depending on what's going on with that. Oh, I need to fix that. Let me fix that real quick. Let me fix that. There we go. Hold on 1 second real quick. Pardon me real quick. And my sinuses got a little clogged here for a second. All right, let's go back over here to the main Rent Omega once again. I am my wife. I'm taking a break in 8 minutes. My wife was asking me when I told her that 3 o'clock is when I was going to take a break. So that's what we will do at that time. All right. Everything on the recon looks pretty good right now. Looking at some other stuff. Let's see. Has this changed anything at all? I think this may have updated. Yeah. Oh, 18Z. Yep. Here we go. I got an update here. I do have an update for you. In fact, let's do it like this so you can see a comparison. All right. So here is the intensity forecast. This was the 12Z run from earlier. Okay. So you can kind of see this as a comparison. All right. You see that there, right there. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in the 18Z update here. And you can see the trend here. And we'll see what this looks like. Let's see here. All right, there's the 18. So, all right. So what this shows here, compared to the earlier run, is that you still see that weakening trend. Okay, it's not upward. There are some anomalies. You got that the AEMI. That's way too high. Obviously, I'm not going to worry about that. But you see the one up here. That's kind of one. But you still see this 2 trains of thought. You get this one, and then this one coming here stays as a tropical storm. So the trend is downward, which is good to see. Now, the 0Z run will be the one we need to watch for later to see if that's going to hold true or not. So it looks like that comes down a little bit compared to the earlier one where it was kind of staying stronger. Now, I will say this. The intermediate model data ones, they can be a little flaky sometimes. So, but we can use it as a measuring stick to see if that continuity will continue. And the 0Z, does it continue to stay on the weaker side, or does it try to bump it back up? The thing we're watching right now, obviously, is the storm itself with the intensity. Are we going to see that blow up here? As I was looking here, as the CDO's kind of blowing some new thunderstorms up. Looks like it's just kind of holding its own. So I would say that's kind of holding its own, maintaining its level there as a Cat 4. The pressure has not gone up much. Still pretty holding up pretty much what we were seeing on the last report. So, yeah, definitely kind of holding its own there. So that back here. Refresh this. Yeah, it's definitely holding its own, holding it same level there. All right, got you. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down for now. You guys take it easy. I'm gonna try to get back in here in a couple hours. Let's shoot for 5 o'clock, and we'll try to get back online there. We'll take a look and see how things are going. We'll look at the 5 o'clock advisory, and we'll talk about what we think is going to go on at that time. So we'll see you guys back in here at 5 o'clock. 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and we'll come back and we'll take a look at this. Till then, I'm going to take a little break, give me a little food in me, and we'll come back and talk to you guys then. All right?